Yo, this is S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi. And all right, guys, we are live. Woo, my bad. All right, guys, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Hegseth. He just made a couple announcements, so let's go ahead and get right into it.
Devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day, picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or...
I mean, let's be real. They kind of still got something when it comes to a navy. I mean, they're sending out speedboats to mine the Strait of Hormuz, and we just got done taking care of that. And I'm be real with you. Yeah, that was a suicide mining mission. But their goal was to go out there and, well, make the Strait of Hormuz as lethal as possible to pass through. And they might have succeeded doing that. And they're still shooting rockets into Israel, by the way.
Shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy.
He said, don't even worry about it, but you guys got to remember, all of the nations are worrying about it because we all have to tap into our emergency oil reserves. So yes, we're all wondering, well, how long is this war going to last? Because these oil reserves don't last forever. And after that, the gas prices are then going to get out of control. That's the whole reason why we're bringing out the emergency oil reserves.
Disable all.
Yeah, we kind of do have to worry about that.
all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning Air Force, or that their entire Navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership
those have been bombed.
is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them.
I mean,
Who's in charge?
He don't lack legitimacy, but he is on the run, though. Everybody knows that. I mean, let's be real. He shows face on TV. We can figure out where he's at and bomb that location or bomb the surrounding location, just to make sure we got him. I mean, that's kind of what we do, sadly. But, yeah, I mean, when it comes to his legitimacy, that's actually pretty solid. He actually got the backing of the people or the people who were supporting the regime. So that's not the problem. The problem is, how can we get this guy out of here? Because he's more of a hardliner than his father.
Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran
hold on. I mean, bro, was there not a incident that happened with a U.S. refueler? Yes, a refueler jet that went down, and we're saying that it wasn't friendly fire, it wasn't enemy fire. It was just a malfunction that the plane just ended up crashing and killing Americans. Well, I'm sorry, but about 4 or maybe all 6 of the American soldiers died. So what are you talking about?
It's hit because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Iran is getting increasingly desperate. They're doing suicide missions in the Strait of Hormuz. We get that. But when everybody's saying that the war is intensifying, I mean, please don't gaslight us, because, yes, more American soldiers have died.
And so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. Yeah. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. I mean, it's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening. Here's a real headline for you.
All right, let's get to what he's talking about, because he's right. Yeah, CNN did release a video saying Trump administration significantly underestimated Iran's Strait of Hormuz closure. And you know what? I kind of agree, because let's be real. Why are we doing all of this? Well, I'm be real with you, like out of nowhere, sporadic tactics. Like, oh, well, we're going to give them insurance. What, on the taxpayer dollar? Oh, well, we're going to make sure the Navy can guide them through the Strait of Hormuz. All right, so not only are we going to risk their cargo, risk having to pay out that insurance, or we're also going to risk our servicemen as well. Like, hold on here. This doesn't seem like a very well thought out plan when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Like, that's a legitimate claim right there. But all right,
for something that administrations have been talking about for decades.
Yeah, look, this is reporting from CNN's Zach Cohen, Phil Mattingly, Kevin Liptak, and Kylie Atwood, and it gets into just how problematic what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is one of the world's most important energy chokeholds in the country. It's responsible for 20% of the global crude oil that comes out of that very key waterway. And what they're learning, our colleagues, is that essentially that while key officials from the Department of Energy and the Department of Treasury were present for a lot of these briefings, what is typical in planning for something of this magnitude, an operation, military operation of this magnitude in the Middle East, they said that the agency analysis and forecast that would be integral elements of the decision-making process in past administrations were secondary considerations here. Now, I think one of the key things is what the administration is actually going to do about this, John, and what we've heard from top officials and what our colleagues are hearing from their sources involved.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Appreciate the support.
In some of the planning on this is that it could be weeks before the Trump administration's efforts to really try and alleviate the impact of what is happening in the Strait can actually take effect. We have heard many officials kind of talk about the possibility of having the U.S. Navy go in and escort some of these oil tankers and ships through the Strait to make sure they're safer. But that is very high risk. And that is something that we've now heard as well from top officials like the Energy Secretary Chris Wright, noting that it can be very dangerous to do that. Meanwhile, we've heard from the president kind of trying to downplay some of the tumult we've seen with energy and what has been happening in the Strait. Now, I do want to reference what we heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday. He was speaking with Sky News, and he said that the escorts from the U.S. Navy will begin, quote, as soon as it is militarily possible. He said that was their planning, and there's a chance that the U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition could ultimately escort these tankers through. We also heard, just speaking on this idea of preparedness and the lack thereof that our colleagues.
Yeah. See, is like, bro, all right, so if we were prepared, then why didn't we foresee this fallout? Why didn't we have, I don't know, maybe a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz to where we could start intercepting anything that tries to stop the oil tankers? We should have did this beforehand. Not, oh, well, let's just do it now that we see that Iran can actually do it. Because, yes, now it does lean into the idea that, well, did you guys even prepare for this? Did you expect them? Was this even war gamed? And I would assume that it was, but maybe it was, I don't know, pushed down the priority list.
Reporting on. We did hear from the White House, a spokeswoman, Anna Kelly. This is what she told CNN. She said, through a detailed planning process, the entire administration is and was prepared for any potential action taken by the terrorist Iranian regime. She went on to say that the president has been clear that any disruptions to energy are temporary and will result in a benefit to our country. That has really been the line we've heard from this White House, that what is happening right now with oil is temporary, but all to
short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what they've been telling us.
Say, we do know that energy executives as well are kind of trying to play it safe right now. They do not want to be sending their oil tankers through, risking lives, risking their ships at this moment. So this is a problem that is likely going to continue for a long time until the administration can figure out how to safely, escort these ships and reopen the Strait in a way that is safe for everyone. John?
Secretary of Energy Chris Wright told Kate yesterday they were not yet ready to escort these fuel tankers through the Strait. General, the reporting is that somehow the administration, the National Security Council, the Pentagon maybe underestimated what Iran was willing to do in the Strait. How could that be when I know that a strait closure has been near doctrine in the U.S. for decades?
John, I was very surprised by those, that reporting as well. In my experience, and I've spent, a couple of decades working in the Central Command area of responsibility, to include being part of, the development and the review of the concepts of operations to address the threats that Iran poses to the region, and specifically the Strait. So I believe that CENTCOM certainly had this as a potential response option based on, offensive operations into Iran. So now the fact that potentially all the capability to start clearing this.
Let's be real. Iran caught the world by surprise when they started attacking the Gulf countries, and we thought they were just gonna keep it at the American bases, but they started attacking inside the cities. So yeah, I don't even think we were prepared for that outcome either. Like, who'd have knew?
Strait to allow freedom of navigation, and we may have to have additional capabilities build up to include, similar to what we had with Prosperity Guardian, to rely on our coalition partners in the Gulf states and our allies from NATO to assist. That may be forthcoming.
Let's listen to what the secretary just said about the Strait of Hormuz.
They are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make.
And look, that's nice and all, but here's the problem though. Like, while Iran is shutting everybody else down, for some reason, Iranian oil tankers are able to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, that's a problem. And let's go ahead and get into that a little bit.
We turn now to our Matt Gutman, who joins us from Tel Aviv. Matt, tell us what you know.
Major, I think what we're seeing develop in the Middle East right now is Iran resilient, Iran able to start to take the offensive here. And that's what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz. They have attacked, I don't know, my count, 5-6 ships over the past 24 hours or so, essentially paralyzing the Strait of Hormuz. And they've done it at very low cost. They're using missiles that are not very expensive. They're fired from up to 100 miles inland, so you can't see them. They are not easy to detect. And that is proving to be the major part of the theater of this war. What we are seeing, analysts tell us, is Iran dictating the pace of the war, the theater and location of the war, and the war's duration at this point. And there is something that I just learned a few minutes before we came on air, and I want to share it with you. I've been asking maritime tracking companies all day about what ships are getting through, how much of them or what's in those ships. Well, we do know that there are 500 tankers waiting on either side of the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point that through which about 50% or 20%, excuse me, of the world's oil flows. It's a channel, very, very narrow, 20 miles. There's a 2-mile lane in one way, a 2-mile lane in the other, a buffer in between. And Iran has bombed a ship right in the middle of that. But there are some ships getting through, and those ships are Iranian oil tankers. And we learned that just at least for the first 9 days of the month of March until March 9th, Iran has actually increased its exports of oil to about 1 million barrels a day through the Straits, or an increase of about 30%. So they're actually able to sell more oil in the beginning of this war than they were in the month of February.
Yeah.
A statistic that I found just astounding, Major.
Literally, they was able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and then literally make themselves the only competition there. Like, are you serious?
Well, I mean, the Iran military has said that they're going to use the Strait of Hormuz as a
And this is why we say that it does seem like, well, heck, Seth was a bit unprepared, or maybe our military generals were a bit unprepared for this result, or maybe they warned them and they just said, "F it, we're going to do it anyway." But like the way things are going right now, we cannot sit here and say, "Oh, we got a handle on the situation. Don't worry about it." Nobody can get through but Iran. Yes, that's something to worry about.
And that is revenue, and revenue sustains a regime.
That's exactly right. And we talked about regime change for the past 2 weeks. It is something that President Trump has called on the Iranian people to do, to rise up against the regime. Just tonight, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel talked about regime change. He has encouraged Iran to rise up. He's also threatened the new Ayatollah, saying, "I would not take insurance policy on him." But increasingly, analysts and officials in this region are saying this regime is not going anywhere. They are entrenched, they are starting to recover, and they're starting to show the strategy that they have been working on for years. And it's not just about attacking the Gulf states. It's not just about paralyzing the Persian Gulf. And it's not just about using the Ring of Fire. It's proxies. It's all of that together to pressure the U.S. and Israel and any of its adversaries into submission. We don't know if the submission is going to happen, but certainly the squeeze is being put on the U.S. and Israel and the Gulf states in particular. Their oil depots, their fuel depots, their refineries are being hit, their ports are being targeted, their financial centers are being targeted. And honestly, the biggest question in this war is at what point do they put so much pressure on the U.S. administration, on the White House, that President Trump needs to find an off-ramp, because it's unclear how long the economies of this region can sustain this kind of total economic paralysis in the region.
Yep.
Most of the airports aren't working, financial districts aren't working, and as we know, there is zero oil passing through the
Zero oil passing through, banks shutting down all around the Gulf. I mean, yes, economic turmoil in the Gulf states, which is going to lead to global economic turmoil. And it's more than just oil, guys. It's more than the amount of oil that we get through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the amount of oil that these guys sell that they end up investing into American companies and in our bonds and stock market. It's like, it's deeper than just oil, guys.
Strait of Hormuz, but also 30% of the world's fertilizer goes through there. A significant proportion of the liquefied natural gas. All of that is absolutely frozen at this point, Major.
Big spike in oil prices globally today for all the reasons that Matt Gutman just summarized.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to these guys over here at CNN.
Make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. It's really become the center of this war right now. And maybe more than anything else, this seems to be bringing the battle home for the American people. Do you agree?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of people may be puzzled by it. They say, look, that's a conflict way over there. The United States does produce a lot of oil and gas. So why is the cost going up at my corner gas station? First of all, because that is also a big oil and gas region. A lot of petroleum products there, from the UAE to Saudi Arabia, a huge producer, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran itself. And almost all of it has to come through this thin ribbon of water down here and pass through the very tight Strait of Hormuz. About 3,000 ships a month, about 20 million barrels of oil a day. And Iran, as you noted above, Jake, is really putting a lot of military pressure on those ships and, in effect, slamming the gates shut there.
And remember, oil is like a globally priced thing. So if the scarcity of oil increases like globally, then that's going to affect everybody, no matter how much oil reserves you put into it, because there's still now a scarcity of oil. And trust me, our oil reserves were kind of already accounted into that. So yes, creating a scarcity in oil is going to drive up prices globally higher than in other places, because India, Japan, China, these guys are really going to get hit. Well, actually, I don't even know about China, because actually Iranian oil tankers are actually going to China. So they're all good on that aspect. The main problem we're dealing with is probably Japan and India, who's going to see the worst of it.
The strait and letting almost nothing through.
We've heard about the effort to mine the strait, sea mines by the Iranians. What do we know about Iran's ability, their capability to do that?
We know that they have a lot of mines, and they're not the old mines that you see in World War II movies. For example, they have this type of mine, which is called an influence mine. This is just one type. This sort of mine is much more modern. It sits underwater, and it basically takes readings on what's passing above, so that if a small boat or ship goes by, it may ignore it. But if a big tanker goes by, and that's what it's been tuned to, that's when it may detonate. Will it be enough to destroy it? We don't know. How many are out there? We don't know. But that uncertainty alone is also contributing to the notion that none of these ships that ought to be going out are doing so. Jake?
Tom, most of the oil from the Strait goes to Asia, notably to China. So why is it impacting the U.S. this way?
Yeah, almost none of it comes to the United States. But the problem is oil is traded on a world market. Once it gets out there, it's basically being all mixed together and traded. So if I were to put barrels in the back of our warehouse here and make them represent all the oil being traded in the world, 20% of it is now not passing through the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you.
You simply cannot.
And that's what I'm saying, is globally priced. I mean, so that means if there's 20% of the global oil like missing, then yes, that's added scarcity to the oil supply. Thus, price is going to go up, regardless of what we pull out. Like, we can blunt it a little bit, but we can't sit there and replace 20% of the global oil supply. That's just a fact of the matter. So that's why prices are going up at the pump. But all right, though, let's see what Fox News is saying about it. Let's get over to our guys over here on the right side of media. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Great way to support the show, or just send a gift. Appreciate you guys. Let's keep it going.
Meanwhile, let's talk about war. A simple weapon is allowing Iran to control, for the moment, one of the world's most important bodies of water, where 20% of the world's oil transport is transported through. So let's turn to the wall and learn about sea mines. Fundamentally, what are they? They're supposed to detonate and blow open the hull of a ship. What have they done? They drop to the bottom, and oftentimes they're moored with wires. Those wires.
Hey guys, I want you to understand this. Like, Iran, they don't got to win this war. Honestly, they can't win this war militarily. I think you're being a bit short-sighted if you think that this is all about winning the war. No, all Iran has to do is survive and make sure the regime maintains in place, and make this as hard as a war on the United States as possible, to the point where we just back off. I mean, the strategy has been used against us before, and it's worked, and it's being employed again. Now, will it work again? We'll see. But right now, it's looking like it's working a little bit.
On the positive side, can be cut, and that can be disabled.
Because let's be real, we're not trying to commit ground forces onto Iran, because we know how that's going to play out, and it's not going to be good.
But they could be down there, and they could be triggered. For example, they can count. Some of them can count, where they maybe one ship goes, the second ship goes, and it's the bottom, and oftentimes they're moored with wires. Those wires, on the positive side, can be cut, and that can be disabled. But they could be down there, and they could be triggered. For example, they can count. Some of them can count, where they maybe one ship goes, the second ship goes, and it's scheduled for the third one, then it'll explode. Makes it tougher and tougher to figure out if that pathway is actually clear or not. Okay, to avoid triggering the magnetic mines, hulls are now changed in the material in which they're made. They've gone to fiberglass in some cases, and believe it or not, back to the future with wood. And here they go into the seabed. Here's how they do the damage. An exploding mine creates a gas bubble and shock waves that can tear a hole in a ship's hull. And once one is blown up, all traffic stopped. A fear of being blown up has basically stopped all the traffic in the area. Just a few barges have gotten through. Let's bring in retired U.S. Navy Admiral and FDD Senior Fellow, Mark Montgomery. Admiral, the mines, they say, according to the studies, there's roughly only 9 or 10 mines in the Strait, but it's the fear of those mines that's keeping the tankers out.
Only 9. All right.
Yeah, Brian.
All right, so we seem like we got it. So we seem like we were able to blow up these speedboats before it got too bad, because that was one of my main fears. Was, all right, well, how much mines were they able to get off before we blew up all the speedboats? And we all knew this was a suicide mission to mine the Strait of Hormuz, but like, how successful was it? And it doesn't seem like it was that successful, seeing that there was only like, what, 8 or 9. Which, like I said, we pretty much don't really know where they're at, and it's like playing a guessing game in the Strait of Hormuz. This is why everybody's standing still. Also, the threat of being hit with an Iranian drone as well.
And you're exactly right. That's a great description and great storyboard you had there, with all 3 different types of mines. What it is these mines right now, they have not laid a minefield per se. These are a small number that need to be swept and then cleared either by Navy divers putting explosives on them, or the littoral combat ships removing them. But to do that, we need to set the military conditions in the Strait. We need to remove the missiles, the drones, the fast attack craft as well. Once we've established those conditions, we can get in there, clear the mines, and then begin setting up vessel transit schemes that allow us to, to bring through the merchant ships, 2 or 3 ships accompanied by a U.S. Navy air defense destroyer.
So that is really the power right now that Iran has. They're going to control that strait. I understand India, according to the Wall Street Journal, has contacted their counterpart in Iran, says, can you let our 23 ships get through? Do you think that's okay, as an American commander, if some of our allies reach out and try to get separate deals?
I don't, obviously. I think that we need to stand firm here. The reason the president is pushing for this 4-week air campaign is so that at the end of it, one of the aims will be to control traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. If we don't do this, the message to the world and to our particular Arab partners is that Iran
But here's the problem, though. Because the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much closed, well, guess what, guys? U.S. allows temporary purchase of Russian oil already at sea to stabilize energy markets. So now we're relying on the Russians that were trying to get to stop the war in Ukraine. But, because we popped off, Israel helped pop off this war in the region, now we got to go ahead and help Russia get money for their war that they're still doing in Ukraine, by the way. Man, that is crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna be real with you. It's like, wow, we're kind of walking backwards on all of our progress, to be quite honest with you. And then let's go ahead and get into other breaking news. U.S. military confirms all 6 crew members dead after refueling plane crash in Iraq. So yeah, once again, RIP those fallen soldiers. Keep them in your prayers.
That strait, and Iran has the power. So it's critical that we actually, as a global entity, defeat this Iranian threat to the straits and allow the United States to escort these ships through until we establish the conditions where escorts are no longer required.
How close do you think we are, Admiral? I know we got about 75% of the launchers out. We're destroying the production ability of those rockets, short, medium, and long-range rockets. How close are we to doing that? Some people think if we destroy the Navy, there's no problem, but we really worry about land attacks and drone attacks.
Exactly. And really small boat attacks, like the Ukrainians do in the Black Sea, with unmanned vessels packed with explosives. And you've seen a few of those already hit ships off of Dubai. Brian, I think that, Admiral Cooper and General Kane have been pretty clear. This was a 3 to 4 week air campaign. I would say somewhere between March 21st and March 28th is the time frame I'd look for our ability to escort ships.
And people just have to be patient. This is a problem that has to be addressed.
End of the month.
And also, 70% of South Korea's oil goes through that strait. A lot goes to China. There are now gas lines in China, and maybe that has a lot to do with the very few overflights on Taiwan. So other countries and other regions are feeling that more than us, but it's a global market, so we're all being affected. So do you think pressure from China and other allies could help us straighten out that strait?
I agree. I actually think China early on signaled to Iran not to do comprehensive wide-scale mining. In fact, normally they mine in the transit areas leading up, making it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. For some reason, my mic keeps hitting mute for some reason. But what I'm trying to tell you guys, hopefully I can get it out again, is that the U.S. allows temporary purchase of Russian oil already at sea to stabilize the global market. So we're pretty much giving Russia a 30-day license to sell their oil to the global market. So pretty much we're kind of stepping back a little bit on Russia. And then also Yeah. Now there was a report saying there were 6 military men that died during that crash. Well, actually, the U.S. military confirms all 6 crew members dead after refueling plane crash in Iraq. So this is now what's going on. Crazy.
Very difficult. I don't think that's happened. Look, Brian, this is a 47-year effort by the Iranian regime to take control of these straits. It's going to take 3 to 4 weeks for the United States to establish its dominance and be able to do the successful transiting. We've done it before. We did it in the 1980s. We can do it again now.
So great that we increased our production. We've changed everything since the 70s. We're really in control of our own energy output. But we do have to straighten out that strait and make the world know that that Iran will never be in control of that strait, even though they might be in control for the next few weeks.
You know what?
Admiral, thanks so much.
Guys, look, I'm just going to keep it real with you guys, man. Look, I'm MAGA, and I know the way I've been talking, I probably got y'all confused right now, but believe it or not, I do believe in America make America great again. I do believe in America first. I believe in all of that. And this war is walking us away from that. I mean, bro, we went from putting pressure on Russia, to pretty much allowing them to get their oil. We went from bringing down inflation, bringing down oil prices, and creating jobs to now going in the opposite direction of that. All for this war, by the way, that we don't know how long it's going to last. And the longer it lasts, the worse it is for us. And if this doesn't end by the end of the month, I'm going to be real with you, Republicans might be cooked for the midterms. You might be wanting to start putting in your Cauchy bets in on, how much receipts are the Republicans going to lose at this point? Because you might be right. It might be 7 or more. And shout out to my man Henry for sending $1. Appreciate the support, my friend. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support, and you got to respect that. Shout out Henry. All right.
For an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be yet again the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen.
Well,
American heroes.
Here's the problem, Hegseth. It's like y'all was telling us that, oh, this is gonna be easy. Not honestly, not Hegseth, but I'll be real with you. Some of the warmongers amongst us in MAGA, sadly, were trying to tell us, oh, this is gonna be like Venezuela. It's gonna be easy. Iran is like a third world country. Set. They can't put up no real fight. We're gonna bomb them in and out just like we did 9 months ago. It's gonna be the same thing. Set. You're tripping. You're being a panicking. 11 American lives later, a couple jets later, the closing of the Strait of Hormuz later. Please, do you have that same like position? Do you?
All of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee, we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue.
Then what the? All right, like I said, they said a malfunction happened that ended up costing all of the U.S. soldiers their lives. So that's some crazy malfunction that's going on, and I need a detailed report because you're telling me, well, something bad happened during the refueling, the plane crashed, and all of our U.S. and all soldiermen died. I mean, I don't know, man. Is it wrong for me just to be a little suspicious of that? Doesn't that sound a bit weird? Like, hold on. Like, it wasn't friendly fire. It wasn't the enemy, but there was some type of malfunction that happened. Some type of mishap that happened that this plane ended up crashing, killing all soldiers involved. What are you telling us? All right. I'll believe it for now, but I need details.
Recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that.
And look, guys, trust me, I already know some guys in the chat said, isn't it obvious that they shot it down? Well, yeah, but I gotta wait for confirmation. I can't make a reckless call like that. Oh, they must have shot it down. We don't know. Let's wait for the reporting to happen. Maybe Iran will release a video, or the Iraq guys will release a video, and we'll be able to see. But until then, we just got to go with what they say. And once again, RIP to the soldiers who lost their lives in that crash. Let's not forget that as well.
The nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the joint force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping. And our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there.
Iranian oil tankers. That's the only traffic moving through there, sadly.
Made it a priority to target
Well,
Iran.
I'm sorry, but that in China. Yeah, that in China. Like, those are the only two guys that's actually able to get through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's mine laying enterprise. There are mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in. And we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PrSMs, and high mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with the sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them. I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, "It's awesome." No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, and the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans, and they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today a moment. I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The two of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular, the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday,
All right, now let's get into this plane crash here. Then we'll get back to this guy.
4 crew members were killed
Well,
when a U.S. military refueling aircraft crashed in Iraq. Rescue efforts, we're told, are ongoing to try to locate the other 2 crew members. The cause of the crash under investigation, but the Pentagon has already said, though, that it was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Put that all together, that means at least 11 U.S. troops have now been killed in the war with Iran, a conflict now entering day 14, and all eyes remain on the Strait of Hormuz, that critical shipping channel. Iran has stepped up attacks there on commercial ships. New this morning, as I was just speaking about with the congressman, President Trump is telling Fox News that the U.S. military would escort ships through the strait if needed, but, quote, we're going to see what happens. And he also said that the U.S. is going to be hitting Iran, quote, very hard over the next week. CNN's Natasha Bertrand has new and important reporting live from Washington for us this morning. Natasha, what are you expecting to hear from this briefing, or what questions they're likely to?
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just make sure to super chat it in. Appreciate the support, or you can go ahead and send a Venmo as well. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen.
Get this morning.
Well, they're likely to get a lot of questions, of course, about this incident that occurred yesterday where a KC-135 fueling tanker crashed after colliding, it appears, with another tanker, which ultimately landed safely in Israel. But there are a lot of questions surrounding CENTCOM's statement, in which they said that this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, because an Iranian proxy group based in Iraq has now come out and taken responsibility for downing that aircraft. Of course, they did not provide evidence, but these proxy groups, they do. And
that does make sense, because, like, remember, like, when the Ayatollah died, there was an attack on the embassy in Iraq because of the Ayatollah, because a lot of these Shia Muslims kind of were offended that their religious leader was killed, and they decided to take it out on the U.S. embassy. So it would make sense that there might be some Shia forces, or some proxy groups in Iraq that would take fire at us because of this whole, regional conflict or war, however you want to phrase it. Some people are in denial right now, but it is a war.
Have surface-to-air missiles, and so it's possible, for example, that what happened was these tankers were trying to evade a missile, or perhaps this was just an incident of a mid-air collision of these tankers just flying too closely together. I mean, there's so many possibilities here, but the bottom line is that 4 U.S. service members are now confirmed to be dead. 2 others, apparently, the search is ongoing for them.
Now, like I said, I went ahead and updated it, or gave you the update, and all 6 of them have died. All 6 of them.
Unclear what their whereabouts and their condition is as of this moment.
I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission. And again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force.
U.S. Central Command just confirmed the death of 4 service members in the war with Iran. The 4 fallen Americans are crew members of a refueling aircraft that went down in western Iraq yesterday. Central Command is saying that rescue efforts continue for 2 others on board. They say the incident was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Joining me now to discuss, CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Good morning, Colonel Leighton.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over here because Seth, remember he started taking questions. So let's get right back into it. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys.
And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities. If you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems. And that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated.
AKA, we know about the mines, but we're not really about to tell you how we're about to deal with that, which is understandable.
Story from yesterday clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public? And does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president?
Oh, guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support. And like I said, let's make sure we can hit 100 likes.
President, on this conflict, can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time. Thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. As far as the vice president,
Lebanon is right now, or Hezbollah is right now fighting Israel. Yes, Israel is low-key fighting or putting on a ground invasion in Lebanon. They're bombing southern Lebanon, and there's been a mass evacuation or mass displacement of Lebanese people. All during this conflict, by the way, during the past 13 days. Yes, this has all been going down in Lebanon. So behind the fog of war of Iran, Israel has decided to pretty much take on Lebanon. And now Hezbollah is now attacking into Israel. So actually, yes, Iranian proxies like Hezbollah are active. And I'm be real with you, it's mainly because Israel attacked them first. Let's just keep it real.
He's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie. Yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We don't even know where it's at.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities.
Obliterating? Oh, bro, Hexen. You can no longer say that since we're still fear-mongering on their nuclear capabilities that we obliterated like what, 8-9 months ago. But now, I mean, this so-called obliterated nuclear capabilities is now one of the main talking points for getting into this conflict or war with Iran. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You can no longer say that. Y'all no longer sit there and say the word, oh, we obliterated their capabilities. Then why are we still afraid of it then?
That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So
then let's be real. It wasn't even about the nuclear capabilities when it came down to negotiations. Y'all wanted to talk about their ballistic missile capabilities and their proxies. So we weren't even negotiating in good faith with the Iranians when it came to their nuclear capabilities.
The president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations.
No, they were. That's a lie. The Omanian foreign minister who was in the negotiations with America and Iran stated that, yes, Iran was ready to go to zero enrichment, ready to give up their nuclear arms, but they stood on, we're not giving up our ballistic missiles and we're not going to stop funding our proxies. So if this is about Iran giving up their nuclear capability, they've been ready to do that like twice at this point. And every time they've been ready to do it, we move the goalposts to, well, give up your missiles, give up the proxies. And I thought this was about the nuclear capability. So what is this truly about then?
I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go. But we have options for sure. Right next to them.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there. Yep. No, you. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There has been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. literally never target civilians. I look at the process that's used.
That's the problem. The U.S. investigator is telling us that, yes, it was the United States. That's the problem. And the U.S. investigator went ahead and leaked that story to the New York Times and CBS, or leaked their findings. I'm not even sure we can really call it a leak because we have every right to know how this investigation goes. So I'm sorry, but yeah, that U.S. investigator, that independent investigator you're talking about, said that we did it, said that yes, it was a planned strike on that school. Now we may have been, now what they also said is that we were working off old intelligence. So we're not trying to add any type of duplicity to this, just saying that, oh well, the American soldiers just want to bomb children. No, that's not what we're saying. Like, we're saying this is one of the main reasons, one, why we didn't want to get into war, because innocents are killed, and two, it was well, be real with you, kind of the glibness of it, kind of the passing along of it, like, oh, well, no, that was just Iran, or, oh, well, Iran might have tomahawks, and none of that was true. And it seemed like there was all the propaganda in the world to try to frame it as Iran when none of it pointed to Iran. And then when the U.S. investigators come out, or the military investigators come out, we're all of a sudden in denial when they're saying that, yes, we did it. And then Hegseth, he don't even want to be upfront about it. He's not, there's still an investigation going. Yes. But the investigator said that, yeah, that was us, but we're still investigating further details into the matter. So that's already been concluded. Now it's just how much of it, now just how bad was it? Like, was it bad intel? Was it like this? Was this command that came down the line where somebody might have been duplicitous about it and knew that was a girls' school? 9 times out of 10, I don't believe that's the case. I just believe we were working off satellite imagery. But yeah, it's still being further investigated. But what we do know is that we were the ones that struck that school. And by we, I mean the United States Army, well, Navy, because that Tomahawk came off a ship.
Used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
about the Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy?
It's a tactically complex environment. And before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it.
And guys, I guess we can just go straight to the article right here, which is in the New York Times. So yes, U.S. at fault in strike on school in Iran, preliminary inquiry says. Outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken missile strike, according to ongoing military investigation. I mean, and as you go down, because like I said, bro, delusional people are sitting there trying to say, oh, well, this is NY Times sourcing themselves. No, they're sourcing U.S. officials and others familiar with the preliminary findings. Yeah, U.S. officials and others familiar, aka they're mainly getting it from military investigators or that independent investigating source that Hegseth was talking about. They're not just saying it and pulling it out their ass to make Donald Trump look bad. I'm sorry. I wish that was the case, but it's not. This is just the reality of the situation. All right, let's get back to it.
And ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
United States,
Thank you.
that strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top the types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here,
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
Yes.
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks. What is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction?
That was wild. Now, it's kind of crazy because so what he was talking about was the history of unconditional surrender. He wasn't saying that, oh, well, because Trump is asking for unconditional surrender, there's going to be a whole bunch of raping and pillaging. Even though, I'm be real with you, that there was cases of that going on in the Iraq War and in Afghanistan where soldiers, I mean, look, man, it's saying I'm not trying to shit on our U.S. soldiers. Trust me, this is a very small, probably like the 1.001% of our soldiers who is literally out there pimping women. Like, I'm be real with you guys. So when I guess Tucker Carlson kind of got brought back to that moment of, well, when we go for unconditional surrender, we try to completely dominate a nation or a government or people. Well, that kind of leads a bit into it. Like, yeah, there is a bit of like pillaging and graping involved. There's a mass destruction involved, and that usually comes with it. And if we're looking for unconditional surrender, he's going into the history of what comes with unconditional surrender. Not saying that our U.S. military men are going to do that, but I mean, hey, the way they're carrying it into the media, I mean, hey, it's great propaganda. I'll tell you that right now. They're trying to say shame on Tucker Carlson for saying that about our soldiers when he never said that about our soldiers.
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue. And we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do, or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've tried to do here is clarify
those
numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty, minor injuries returned to duty. And so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it.
Yeah, it was like 140 wounded. I think it was like 108 that were already sent back out into service. They got wounded, they got patched up, and they're already back out. And that's like 108 of them. And then there's 8 that were severely wounded that you can't really send back out.
Absolutely, right here. Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface to surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing through.
There's been no strikes.
One more time.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or just want to support the show, just make sure to super chat in. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple of weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, just, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S.? And what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives, and so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh
in a
yeah,
couple
the president
weeks.
has
a
a historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, now let's go ahead and get back into this video right here.
And I want to get your help making sense of this. So what we know is it's a KC-135, 4 dead, 2 missing. What do you make of this claim of it not being hostile, not being friendly? What can you read from that?
Yeah, so basically what was happening here, Audie, is that this was a refueling operation where one of the tankers was refueling another tanker. So there's a variant of the KC-135, as we see here in this picture, that can actually take fuel from another KC-135. That aircraft, the one that was taking fuel, is apparently the one that landed safely back in Israel at Ben Gurion Airport. The one that crashed was apparently the one that was dispensing fuel to that other KC-135. The one that landed in Israel, apparently, according to reporting from plane spotters, had damage to what's called its vertical stabilizer. That's basically the tail fin that you see that's vertical in the back of the aircraft, in the rear of the aircraft.
Yeah,
So
these
there
aren't
was
the
damage.
images. I want people to know that these aren't images from that plane, but this is what it would look like, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the refueling operation is a very intricate affair. What these refuelers do is you can see that boom coming down to the other aircraft, to the fighter that's being refueled there. That boom is where the fuel comes through. Think of it as the gas tank, as the hose from the gas pump into your gas tank. So this is basically doing what you do for your car in the air, and those aircraft have to maintain a constant speed, and it has to be the same speed while they're conducting that refueling operation. So this is a very complex task, and it is one of those tasks that where a lot can go wrong very quickly, and that's why the training for this is usually quite rigorous.
What are you going to be listening for in terms of this rescue effort, right? That there's 2 more people out there.
All right, now let's move on here because they're still working off old news. They're still saying 4 when it's been verified that all 6 sadly have died. So, I mean, like I said, keep those guys in your prayers. But all right, let's go ahead and get into Fox News. They just came out with this video. Trump suggests Putin may be aiding Iran, a little bit, just providing some satellite images so they can get their targeting correct. That's what we call a little bit of help.
Video shows NATO air defenses intercepting ballistic missiles fired by Iran. Officials say the missile entered Turkish airspace early this morning before being shot down. Actually, this isn't even the first time. Earlier this week, NATO forces intercepted another Iranian missile headed toward Turkish airspace. No damage was reported in either incident. So, Iran now shooting toward Turkey? Wow. This timeline shows the pattern. NATO defenses shot down Iranian missiles on March 4th, March 9th, and now today. 3 interceptions in just days. And here is where this is happening. Incirlik Air Base in southern Turkey is one of NATO's most important facilities in the region, hosting U.S. and allied aircraft used for surveillance, logistics, and refueling missions. So we understand why they want to hit it. In focus now, U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matt Whitaker. Talk to me about
yeah, that's what Iran said. They will attack all bases in the region that are helping U.S. carry out these strikes. And, well, sadly, Turkey is within the region. They are within missile range and drone range. So, of course, they will be receiving strikes, sadly. But, yeah, it's kind of the threat that we all knew was going to happen if Iran was attacked. And for some reason, Israel just wanted to pop it off like, I don't know why, but for some reason, Israel want to pop it off with Iran and then drag us into it while they're doing a ground invasion and recklessly bombing Lebanon. Wild.
In focus now, U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matt Whitaker. Talk to me about this because, our neighbors cannot, our NATO members cannot sit on the sidelines now. Will we see them engage more is my question to you.
Well, many of our NATO allies have already pledged defensive capabilities.
Right,
We've seen a surge of naval assets into the Eastern Med. And really, these interceptions demonstrate that NATO is ready for this type of air incursion into NATO airspace. And so this is a great news story. Obviously, we need to move as fast as possible with the commitments that President Trump was able to get at The Hague last year, where all of our allies agreed to spend 5% on their defense, because these are not theoretical issues. These are real world issues that are happening right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those conversations and that pressure that President Trump applied on those NATO members, you're really coming to see that into fruition and the importance of it. Your last quick thought there, and we'll go forward.
Yeah, well, we need more. We need more air defense, more counter drone, and more deep precision strike. But, that's what every day I'm pushing our allies to do here at scale.
Well, President Trump also weighed in on Russia's role in the ongoing conflict. Watch this.
You think Putin is helping him?
I think he might be helping him a little bit. Yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right?
And you are, right?
We are.
Yeah, we're helping him also. And so he says that. And China would say the same thing. It's like, hey, they do it and we do it, in all fairness.
What's your reaction to that, Ambassador?
Well, if they're
we kind of let Israel pull us into a Ukraine situation where we're pretty much trying to, impose our will upon Iran, but it's honestly not working out too well. And I mean, and here's the worst part about it. I think the worst part about it is the fact that we kind of got to sit there and accept the fact that, fair is fair. Like, we were boggling them down in Ukraine by supporting Ukraine, and now they're doing the same thing to us in Iran. Like, man, fair is fair. I don't like it to hear it, but this is what's happening.
Helping them in any meaningful way, it's not very successful because we are kicking Iran's butt right now. So ultimately, I think our military, the greatest in the world, is demonstrating how capable we really are. Iran has been completely decimated in the last 13 days. I grieve obviously for the soldiers that have given the ultimate sacrifice, and we will forever honor them. But at the same time, President Trump was right to take out this regime and their capabilities to make sure that they can't menace the region like they have been for almost 50 years.
What kind of relationship will it take moving forward now to possibly come back to the table? I'm curious how you then simultaneously solve the issue with Russia if we even think they might be helping Iran at this point. And you make an excellent point. If they are helping, they're not doing a very good job.
I mean, shoot, they're providing satellite imagery. That's really all they honestly can do without getting too involved. And how is this not helping Russia? We're now allowing Russia for 30 days to sell their oil to the world, basically taking the sanctions off Russian oil. So yeah, we're helping Russia out all right. Let's not get it twisted.
And we're good with that.
Yeah, I think, President Trump is a diplomacy-first peacemaker, and it's not until he knows there's not a deal to be made that he brings kinetic options to the table. And whether, that is the situation we face right now in Iran, or whether it is to try to solve the Russia-Ukraine war. There is always, the time for peace is always now. President Trump is always looking for a peace deal, but he's also looking for an American-first peace deal that advantages the United States of America and our people. And so, I think President Trump and his team, we're going to continue to push American interests, to have our allies take more of the burden and support what we're doing. But at the same time, President Trump is not looking for war. He's looking for peace. But you know what? We are ready at any time, and we're demonstrating that every single day.
I love what you said. The time for peace is always now. We'll get there. Yep, peace through strength. Ambassador Whitaker, great to see you today. Thank you.
Yep, peace through strength. How is that working out? We showed some strength and we ain't getting no type of peace. So, please. So, how's that working out? Because I don't see it. I do not see it. I see it in Venezuela, sure. We see it in our hemisphere, but outside of our hemisphere, it just doesn't seem to work out that well. Let's just be honest. But all right, guys, I guess we're going to go ahead and get into this interview real quick as I take a quick little break real quick. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and show some support to the show with any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, guys. But all right, though, let's get into this right here, because this was a pretty interesting interview.
You've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, every strategy for 20 years, and it's playing out right now. So I can tell you that we are losing control of the situation. Like, we don't know where that nuclear material is. weapons, but they have the material for 16 nuclear bombs. And we've given them every incentive to develop them.
Professor Robert Pape might be the single most important, credible person we all need to listen to right now.
The supreme leader that we took out was against nuclear weapons. The new supreme leader, he's way more aggressive.
He's advised 2 decades of presidents in the White House.
President Trump is really stuck, but he thrives in chaos.
And spent 30 years building the curriculum that trains the Air Force for the exact type of war that's taking place now in Iran. And one of the most mind-blowing things I've learned is that there are 3 stages to this conflict. Unfortunately, Professor Robert Pape, who has 2 decades of being correct with his predictions, gives a 75% chance that Trump is about to escalate to stage 3. In this episode, we're going to explain exactly what this means. Guys, I've got a quick favor to ask you. We're approaching a significant subscriber milestone on this show, and roughly 69% of you that listen and love this show haven't yet subscribed for whatever reason. If there was ever a time for you to do us a favor, if we've ever done anything for you, given you value in any way, it is simply hitting that subscribe button. And it means so much to myself, but also to my team, because when we hit these milestones, we go decades of your life. Who are you, and what have you spent the last several decades of your life studying and doing, and how does that relate to what's happening in the world right now?
We are going through.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my main man, Sid. He says, do you think Trump meant no new wars instead of no new wars? Do you think Trump meant no new wars instead of no new wars? I'm crying, bro. Sid. I'm weak. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny. That was funny. You know, maybe we did mishear him. Maybe he said no new wars. Maybe he meant no, we are going to war. No new wars. That's what I really meant. You guys had it messed up. You forgot the exclamation mark, guys. Like after the no. So I don't know. You're right. Maybe we got it fucked up. Maybe us anti-war guys got it effed up, and maybe he was talking about war to Iran this whole time, Sid. You might be right. Maybe we're the ones who got it effed up this time. Shout out Sid and all the guys who supported so far.
Through a crisis, very intense right now, but it's a crisis that we have been through before. 20 years ago with the Iraq War, even before that, we saw the bombing of Gaddafi. We saw the reactions there. Now, I have been studying military strategy, air power, international terrorism, now terrorism inside the United States, and also political violence in the United States. It's not related to particular groups. So I've been studying political violence for 40 years.
What is the headline that people need to be aware of when you've looked at 30 years of these types of wars?
That bombs don't just hit targets, they change politics.
What does that mean?
That means that before the bombs fall, and even as the bombs are falling now, we tend to focus on the tactical success of bombing. We tend to ask, did the bombs hit the targets? And it's with the smart bomb age, it's almost mesmerizing. They hit the target and destroy the target, crater dirt, crater concrete, destroy buildings 90% of the time. The problem is,
let's skip to the good part of this interview. Really start answering some of these questions. What really happened when the U.S. bombed Iran's nuclear sites? Oh, guys, like I said, let's not forget to support the stream so we can go ahead and get the call-in line opened up. I do believe we are about, let's see here, about what, $94 away, $93 away. So appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. And if you want to double your support, you can just go ahead and send it on Venmo. All right, let's keep it going.
But for anyone that doesn't know, we've got leaders that have different levels of sort of information and knowledge here. I'm going to try and summarize this and butcher it in the most indelicate way I possibly can. So earlier last year, the United States suspected that Iran were very close to enriching uranium. They're at 60%.
They're at 60 already.
If they get to 90%, they have a bomb.
Yes, but possibly even with the 60%, Stephen, it depends on just how good their scientists are, and we're not really sure. So there's somewhere, we're at 60%, we're already very worried. You go to 90, it's a gimme.
And then the United States dropped these big bunker buster bombs. They flew those B-2 airplanes in, dropped these bombs, smashing up the site.
Yep.
And then it felt like it was over. And then the United States went into negotiations with Iran to try and get some kind of deal done.
To get the material we didn't get.
Oh, okay.
You see, why are we even talking to them? If this has really obliterated the program, why are we bothering to talk to them? What exactly are we talking about here? Do you notice the inconsistency here? So when you say we thought it was over, that's the public. Okay. Now the public need to understand they're very busy people. They're paying for the price of eggs. Okay. So they're not supposed to be able to be up on this.
It's a good point I've never thought about.
Yeah.
Why would we be talking to them?
Why are we talking to them, you see? So right from the get-go. And by the way, all of it's the Israelis. We have a thing called the Defense Intelligence Agency. Their reports that were done after the bombing were leaked, and they all say the same thing, which is we created holes. We probably shook these underground chambers. We're not sure because we had no eyeballs on that, but we have no idea where that enriched uranium is. And we have good reason to worry they got them out because we actually have a satellite picture that shows 2 days before we bombed Fordo, there's a bunch of trucks moving stuff out. Gee, what do you think you might move out if America's about to bomb your site? Again, I don't think they're moving out the popcorn. So, and it's this material can be moved in what look like large scuba tanks. They call them scuba tanks, but I try to show pictures of this too. They're actually like as large as this table. So you need basically trucks like that satellite photography shows that they took out. So we can't say for sure, but what you see is these are the indications that you worry they've dispersed the material even before we hit the site.
And then we attack.
Yep.
The United States attacks in February 2026, which is
February 2026, February 2028. We start again, this time with regime change. Notice we don't go even after the fissile material, the nuclear material. We don't know where it is.
So for the average person would think if you take out the supreme leader, then the war is over. Drop the bomb on the person and the war is complete.
Yeah, so let's talk about your Jenga thing here, because what I find, Stephen, so keep in mind, I am advising, teaching some of the most brilliant minds in the country. Now, a lot of these smart people, though, they don't know that they've been given like 1 inch deep briefings, maybe even 1 sentence briefings. So their image is often like this, and it's wrong. This is what they think the regime looks like. And they think that because they've been given, they basically have been consuming, probably for years, 1 or 2 sentences about the structure. They know there's a supreme leader. They might know there's nuclear facilities, missiles command. And so it looks like, oh my goodness gracious, that if you could just simply take out the right node, you would be able to make this whole thing fall down. Okay. But that's the wrong image, Stephen. This is the way smart people think. The problem is, this is a false image of most regimes, even the bad ones, and certainly the Iranian regime. Let me just focus on the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is more like a matrix. It's not brittle the way this is. So you can keep trying to pull things out, but with a matrix, or I think the corporate structures now are built to be adaptive to change because you have so many changes that happen. The structure needs to adapt to change. That is basically the structure of revolutionary regimes going back to before World War I.
Okay, I want to ask a dumb question.
Yep.
When they took out the supreme leader in Iran, who's going to give out the instructions?
The adaptive system adapts and fills in the holes. It fills in the holes usually with what's left. And in this case, the supreme leader that we took out, this particular hole, this was the guy who had 2 fatwas, they're called. These are religious edicts. It's like a papal edict against nuclear weapons. It's a religious, he's the leader of essentially the religion, a little bit like the Shia Pope. Mm-hmm. And he is actually issuing religious doctrine. Oh. And that's called a fatwa. And as a religious doctrine, he issued 2 that said Iran should not have nuclear weapons. The guy we killed was one of the guardrails against nuclear weapons.
How does that? He was developing them in his country.
No, he's developing the enrichment material. They hadn't been fashioned yet that we know of as nuclear weapons. Okay. So we're worried about, again, this enrichment going from 5% to 20% to 60%. But they hadn't actually taken that next step, which is more of an engineering step to develop the nuclear weapon. Now we took out the person who at the very tippy top was balancing the hawks and doves. And he had decided for decades to issue these fatwas. He did it not just once, but twice. His son, who took over, the new supreme leader, no fatwa yet. That fatwa died with this guy. So will the new...
Not gonna lie, guy, that's one of my main fears right there, is that the new supreme leader come in and say, bro, F that fatwa. My old man ain't know what he was talking about. We're gonna go ahead and rush towards that nuke. That is like literally one of my worst fears since we killed the supreme leader. And I did stand on this when I said he'd have been better as a hostage than a martyr. Like, just keeping it real. Oh, and shout out to my man Monty for the $50 on Venmo, which basically counts as 100, and that's a baller alert. And now the call-in lines have been opened. Well, or the StreamYard link has been posted on the main page. Just go to the post tab. You can go ahead and get in on this. So come on up.
Leader come in. It's not clear he's got the religious authority to do anything.
And hold on, though. I do have to read Monty's message. My bad. Now, he did say no new endless, pointless wars. Keep the show going. And shout out to my man Monty, because I definitely agree. I would like to get back to the economic winning that we was doing before the war.
Like what his father did. This is a very different world, and he's known to be way more aggressive than his father. He's been in charge of the Bazi, basically the police that like to go and kill the protesters. He's been the guy who's been very, very strongly supporting, if not leading that.
This is the guy that believes in the cracking down of the IRGC for unnecessary. He believes in this. He's right hand with them. And we got to remember, the IRGC is pretty much a bunch of young guys who just believe in the regime and who's willing to die for the regime. Pretty much damn near outside of, what was it? I believe outside of Iran's army as well. So that's the concerning part about the IRGC. And shout out to my man Monty. How's it going, brother?
What's up, dog?
And it's all good. So, bro, what you think so far?
First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the service members that died. Like, that's gonna be the first thing I say is fucking sucks. And I'm with their families. I hope they get all the remains recovered and they can have proper burials. I think the longer this goes on, the more of this we're gonna see. So I'm kind of rounding that corner where this is no longer, a strike on a target. This is protracted war. I think Hegseth is kind of falling behind the messaging. Like when he was like, yeah, we don't want the fog of war to make these expanding missions and I think we're falling into that trap right now, because everybody is like, oh, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And I think through Trump's own vanity and cockiness, he's going to be like, oh, we got to go achieve this mission. We got to go achieve this mission. We got to go achieve this mission. I'm not in the Joint Chiefs right now, but that's kind of the impression that I'm getting. Like, we have secured their weapons. Like, they can't do the damage that they could do before. I think that alone is mission success. Now, what they're doing going forward, maybe they're just keeping air superiority so that they can get the rest of them and just completely clip the wing off the bird. But this needs to end. Like, this needs to have a horizon. If we're doing so well, and I believe we are, like I understand how the military works. So when I see strike after strike after strike after strike after strike after strike, up to 5,000 strikes, I am more convinced that this should have happened, but two, like, Where's the horizon now? Come on.
Yeah, where's your friend, man? I'm looking for an exit, man. I've been looking at highway for miles now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't want to go down this road where it's like, oh, but we could also do this while we're here, and we can also do this while we're here, and we can also do this while. No, leave them crippled, and let it be a sign that if you fuck with Americans like they have done for 50 years, we will fuck you up, make everybody hate you, as we've done. All of their neighbors hate them now. And we will cripple you on the world stage. We will fuck with your allies through that crippling, and we will just leave. I hope to God that none of our conditions for leaving involves us rebuilding their military or rebuilding their infrastructure. Let the Iranian people get more mad at their government that caused all of this, whether it be
Bro, we
through.
gotta pay their Iran reparations. I mean, we lost.
Yeah, if we have to pay Iran reparations, they're just going to use that to build up their military again. Just like when we lifted the sanctions up, and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to get clean water for our citizens," and all they did was build one-way attack drones. Like, they have proven they don't need money. Let the Iranian people overthrow the government. Like, they are in the best position right now to do it.
True, but all right though, I do want to get into this as well because there has been talk of a military strategy to take a Karg island. And Yep, let's go ahead.
I've heard that talk before, and it's a good plan.
Yeah, I believe so too. Let's get into it.
Now, you may have heard of a very small rocky outcrop island.
Oh, and my bad. Shout out to Toe before we get into this. I suppose I can wait to go to the range to calibrate my new 5.7 since Monty opened up the call-in line. Shout out, Monty. Also, is the wild crazy by you as well? Wait, also, is the wind crazy by you as well? Said yes, actually. Yes, it is. Like, I can literally hear the wind blow outside.
Yeah, it snowed this morning. I don't know if you saw the group chat. I posted in there. I woke up and there's snow in the middle of March.
On the west side.
Hasn't snowed a single time this entire year, and it snows today. It was like 70 degrees yesterday.
It's just extra sunny and windy outside. And like, the wind is like, bro, it's blowing hard enough to,
Y'all need to take your weather back.
Honestly, though, I don't even know what's going on with Ohio weather. But all right, let's get to it.
About 15 nautical miles off the coast of Iran, called Karg Island. What is its significance, and why are the US making plans to potentially try and seize it? Hi, my name is Mikey Kay from the BBC's Security Brief, also a former strategic military planner in the British military. So why is Karg Island so strategically important to the US? Why are the US trying to seize it? Well, this is why. 90% of Iran's export crude oil comes through that island. 90%. And the reason for that is it's effectively a terminal. And the terminal allows very large tankers that can carry up to 85 million gallons of oil to be able to come up to the terminal quite easily and then come back down the Persian Gulf and out of the Straits of Hormuz out to China. China is the main user of Iranian oil. So why else is it important? It's also the economic lifeline to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC. And if you take that island and you hold it, then you're effectively cutting off their lifeline, their ability to be able to conduct war. Now, there's been a lot of chatter, both in open source intelligence and online, about the Americans drawing up what's called a concept of operations, a CONOP. And a CONOP basically means different courses of action or different ways that the Americans could use their military capability to try and seize that island. So how does that work? Well, we all saw the 160th Night Stalkers in Venezuela. That wasn't just about a helicopter assault operation to pick up Maduro. There were a lot more capability and assets involved. You had suppression of enemy air defense. That's aircraft that effectively can look at the radars of anti-aircraft missiles. And basically, as soon as the radar turns on, they can launch a missile off the rail to target that air defense system. You've then got intelligence. So Reapers, MQ-9 Reapers, drones effectively with really sharp electro-optic cameras and forward-looking infrared cameras that need to be able to sanitize the area. And then, of course, you have the helicopters themselves. The helicopters would need to be probably the MH-47 Chinook. That has the biggest range and also can carry the biggest troops. The troops involved would likely be Delta Force, which is the same unit that took part in the Maduro operation. And then you have the MH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. That's more about suppressing enemy fire. It's more about protecting the MH-47s as they take Delta Force and the Special Force operators in to seize the island. So how would that work? Well, it's 140 nautical miles from Karg Island to the coast of Kuwait. And helicopters generally travel at about 120 knots, which is 2 miles a minute. That makes it a 70-minute transit from the coast of Kuwait to Karg Island. However, when the aircraft get there, it's not like they're dropping off and then they're returning straight away. They would have to drop off, and then the MH-60s would likely go into what's called racetracks and orbits. Now, they would be there to lay down suppression of enemy fire in case there was Iranian Guard Corps on the island that were looking to defend it. So all in all, with a 70 nautical mile transit to Karg Island and a certain amount of loiter time, let's call it 40 minutes, and a 70 nautical mile transit back, that's 3 hours in the air. So we're now looking at refuel options. While there is an airbase, or certainly a runway on the island, there would be fuel at that airbase. But if I'm IRGC and I know the Americans were coming, I would probably contaminate that fuel. So as a US operational commander, I wouldn't trust it. But there is another option. Both these helicopters, the MH-47 and the MH-60, they have the ability to air-to-air refuel. What do the Iranians have that could potentially defend that island? Well, conventionally, they've got ballistic missiles and they've got anti-shipping missiles. But the problem with ballistic missiles is that you don't want to cause collateral damage to the oil export infrastructure on Karg Island. The Iranians are the masters at asymmetric warfare, asymmetry. So they don't want to destroy things, they want to degrade things. They want to draw this out for as long as possible. And they're using a low cost benefit ratio.
Yeah, I always do say people who are trying to think, oh, Iran's trying to win the war. No, that's a bit short-sighted. All they got to do is survive and make sure the regime's in place and just draw it out to the point where we don't want to
do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yep. So with that, I would say that's kind of like, you know, you and me getting into a fight, like a fist fight, and you say, because I didn't knock you out, I lost. Like,
yeah, pretty.
You're setting your terms for victory. Okay, short stack. Like
it's crazy. Like, you didn't knock me out. Like, bro, I whooped your ass, but you didn't knock me out.
I could have if I wanted to. Do you want me to knock you out? Like, what the fuck?
But then it's just gonna be a drawn out fight. It's just like, all right.
Yeah. So I mean, they can survive all they want. Like, I guess we can both declare victory. I guess that's what Iran did after the 12-day war when they shot a missile at Qatar, and they're like, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to let you know we're going to do it. All right, here it comes. Yep.
Yeah,
see Iranian people, we won.
I mean, this could be looked at like, you know, we can always they can find a way to make it look, you know, politically right for everybody, or well, publicity wise.
And I'm fine with that. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I know I make jokes about glassing Iran, but I want them to be an ally eventually. Like, that is in my opinion what would be the best outcome of this war.
Like, I'm okay with us walking away. We grinded down their military capabilities, and we can just brag about that, and they can sit there and slap their chests about how they're still in power, and that's fine.
Because so remember how, like, everybody's like, this is war with a lower W and not an uppercase W.
Yeah.
So everybody is looking at this as, you know, 2 volleys of troops lining up and fighting, and then one waves the white flag, and, you know, the country gets overrun by the other. Like, that type of war does not exist, and it hasn't existed since World War II. That was the war to end all wars. Big W. So what we're dealing with now is an asymmetric enemy. We don't have a fair fight with anybody. So we make it as not fair of a fight for them with our conventional military that is designed to go to war. And they're just, you know, we're not at war with Iran. The Iranian people have nothing to do with this. In fact, it's becoming more and more where governments are going to war with governments while the people don't want to go to war with the people.
Yeah, that's true. No, that is definitely true. It's like we have no beef with the people of Iran, but we do have a beef with the Ayatollah, their government. I'm pretty sure the people are the Ayatollah. They ain't got, well, I'll be real with the people of Iran. They ain't got no beef with us, but they do have a beef with our government. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, but I do not think, I still kind of ride by the side that the religious clerics, you know, should not be in charge. Like, I know that's probably not going to be an objective that's even on the table or that's met nonetheless. But I think that if the Iranian people ever had a chance, and they are as big as they say they are, now is their chance to take over their government. We should arm them. We should do the same thing we did to the Kurds. We should arm them. And hell, I'd even be okay if we coordinated with them and let them run the quote unquote boots on the ground mission and just gave them close air support.
I mean,
Like,
shoot, might be doing that with the Kurds.
yeah. And I would be 100% okay with that because I don't want refugees in my country. I don't want, you know, what comes with a ground invasion. I don't want that here. I want them to eliminate the threat from within.
Yep. And then once they identified what the proper threat is, but let's get right into it.
Yeah.
And what that means is that their equipment is very simple and it's mass produced and they can produce it easily. So in terms of an asymmetric threat, what does Iran have? Well, it's got what's called go fast. They're fast attack boats, fast attack
Go
craft.
fast.
You might even see two people on a jet ski, one of them driving and one of them with a rocket propelled grenade on the back. The point being is that they're hard to target and there can be lots of them. What else does it have? Well, it's got the Shahed 136 drone. That is ubiquitous. The Iranians are thought to have over 50,000 of these Shahed 136s. Once again, not hard to target as a singleton, but when you put them up in swarms, it can overwhelm air defenses. And then you've got mines. The problem with mines is that the Iranians have a lot of them. They're not particularly sophisticated, but what they do is they cause a massive problem for any US maritime patrol vessels coming into the area. And why is that? Well, because as soon as the Iranians say that they've mined Karg Island, it's then up to the US to prove that the Iranians haven't. And that takes a lot of time, manpower, and resource. The other thing as well is you've got tidal currents inside the Persian Gulf. So even if the US could clear a certain area of the ocean through mine clearance using mine hunters, the currents will then bring other mines back into that area. So there is actually no way on the map of being able to discern and protect a certain area where US vessels can go through. So does this idea of the US assaulting and seizing Karg Island bring in other players? Now, we already know that China are providing large cargo aircraft that have been coming into Iran post Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. What they've been bringing into Iran, we don't know. But there are ideas that it could be bringing in ballistic missile capability, surface-to-air missile capability, anti-shipping capability, and also radar systems that aren't as vulnerable to those suppression of enemy air.
I could see them bringing in cargo ships, like for maybe like more like, I don't know, missile defense, you know, start bringing in the trucks that can actually carry the missiles. I could see them bringing in more of that.
So unfortunately, they can't. Unfortunately,
proven though. Like,
well, so even
it's like they've been given satellite imagery.
Even if they can do that, Iran has learned the lesson that they cannot have their missile launchers above ground because we have the skies.
I know, but they can just run them underground. That's the only reason why they're still able to fire missiles.
Yeah, so they can run them underground, but how are you going to move that military equipment to somewhere like Karg Island? Like it's not going to be a Maduro raid. Like I'll tell you that right now.
No, you're right.
It's not going to be.
When you think about logistically, we're talking about they would have to come in from the other side of Iran when, I mean, and then they'd have to get the supplies all the way across down to the ports and then ship it off to Karg Island. So logistically, you're right. It's not a good play.
And it's every single aspect of that plan is going to get picked up on our radar, and we're just going to knock it off the field. And that's going to be even less logistical capabilities that they have. Their best option, and it's going to be, they're going to try to draw it out, but they can't draw it out. Like they only have so much stuff. And I mean, like economies of scale considered, like we spend more money, but we also get better equipment than them.
That's true. And right now they're doing their little suicide missions in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, like I said, there's suicide mining missions. So yeah, I know. It's like because they don't care. They're just there to push they're really there just to get the mines in the water, and they don't even care once they get blown up. That's what it is. And absolutely. 35 ships doing that. I was like, okay, yeah, this was a suicide mission just to mine the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. And I mean, once they run out of munitions and once they run out of people that are willing to go fucking move this stuff, because they know every time they pop, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. And if you can play the game of whack-a-mole while you're securing and, you know, you're doing attack and defend, like we can take it, but we're going to have to sit there and wait for them to basically attack us and give away their position. We take out that position. And it's going to be they control the tempo at that point because we're just sitting there waiting for them to do something and we're swatting it down. But that sounds great, saying it out loud, but that is very, very dangerous for our troops.
All right.
Defense aircraft than we think. So they're certainly supporting Iran right now. We know that the US is trying to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to make military capability, its defense industrial base. So if it can seize Karg Island, does it have the capability to defend it without damaging the infrastructure?
Tove's in the back end.
No, I just brought her up.
Oh, perfect.
Yep, you just got me.
And perfect time to get into the next one because shout out Cappy Army. Delta Force prepares to capture Iran's oil island.
Where's Sid at? Sid's in here, isn't he?
I mean, he may be in the chat, but he may be doing something. You never know.
Oh, come up,
90%
Sid.
of the country's entire oil exports are loaded before heading to the global market. The tiny 21 square kilometer island holds massive outsized strategic importance. And because of this, Axios, Bloomberg, and other outlets are now reporting that their sources inside the White House are saying that they're seriously discussing and considering a special forces military operation to capture Iran's Karg Island.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground.
Now, guys, this is the only bad thing I can see from it, that Iran completely trips out and they just start attacking oil infrastructure all over the Middle East. Like, if we can't have oil infrastructure, neither can the rest of y'all. And that's the only blowback I see from taking this little oil island here. Just
Yeah. And like, so that's the thing, right? In Venezuela, when we took out their oil infrastructure, we didn't take it out, sorry. We had a government that was willing to work with us, right? That's why it went off. I still maintain that Delcy Rodriguez just snitched Maduro out, and it was a power vacuum. And we don't have that in Iran, so we have to be very cognizant that we don't have that kind of situation in Iran, unless this supreme leader that they say exists doesn't exist. And I've heard reports that he's in a coma. I've heard reports that he's
he's
not
in a coma with a leg missing, like all that.
Yeah.
Someone said that they said the IRGC or someone came out saying that he was both in a coma and had his leg amputated. So.
That's not a friendly.
Did you hear about what's going on with BB though? People are trying to say that BB Netanyahu is dead and all this good stuff because
I've seen the AI pictures.
Yeah, okay, good. Because I was like, bro, come on now. But we'll see. Because we'll see when BB comes out in public.
Did you see the AI videos of California getting blown up?
I'm weak. Oh, the potential of it, drone attack.
No, there was people that were trying to report that California got attacked.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's far out kooks, but it just goes to show how easy it is to win the information game.
That whole drone, apparently that supposed imminent drone threat on California was actually
incredible.
based off of an unverified email that the media received.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Any of the potential objectives here.
Karg Island is one of the least known but most strategically important pieces of territory in the entire Middle East. The entire Islamic Republic of Iran's economy, the IRGC military spending, the nuclear and missile programs, and the government salaries are all funded by this single piece of infrastructure.
Oh, we need to take it then.
A strategic vulnerability.
Oh, no, now I don't know. Now I'm like, you know what? We need to. I don't know, because that's what I'm saying. That's what's going to cause the ultimate crash out if that's the case. But
we need to take it. Before we take it, I think our quote unquote objectives are going to be met, i.e., we destroy any of their capability to attack us before we do that,
and then we're going to economic lifeline.
Yep.
My worry about that is though, what if because there's only the two lines, one that takes the oil in and one that. What if they end up destroying that piece, that one spot? Because
they don't want to do that.
Line, the whole island is useless.
So here's how this works, right? They have put all their eggs in one basket, and they want to maintain their power as a country. So this is where negotiations can work. We're taking cards away from them.
I don't know, Monty. I think this might be terrible blowback because they say you take that, and like I said, they're just going to start bombing water desalination plants and oil facilities in the area. It's like, all right, but nobody can have anything, and they're just going to go buck wild.
Yeah.
Right. That's why you have to take out their capability to do so before you do that.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. Okay. Good. I mean, that means we got to make sure we completely take out their ability to respond with drones, missiles.
Are you seeing the kind of bigger picture play out here?
I get it. Okay. If you're talking about after, then yeah. But if we do that before, oh man, they're going to blow up the entire Gulf. They're going to blow up the entire region over that.
Yeah, no, we need to make sure that they can't do any damage to it so that they're forced to negotiate with us. And I have a feeling that'll be a very similar situation to Venezuela. Yeah, we're gonna buy your oil at market price. We're gonna do good by your government, but you're gonna spend this on what we tell you you're gonna spend it on.
All right, let's get all right.
Okay.
All right. I like that plan, but let's get back into it.
Yeah.
To put this location into perspective, the island is only about half the size of Disney World in Florida. It's the strategic linchpin that controls the whole country's economy. It's so strategically important that it was in the 1989 Sega Genesis game F-15 Strike Eagle 2, and its map is in Battlefield 3. American gamers have been fantasizing about attacking Park Island.
So we've been running secret simulations.
We've been
I remember that.
You might have ran this simulation of taking out this base.
Oh, I absolutely have. I absolutely have run that game, and I'm very good at it too.
So damn near half the chat already know how to take Card Island or take the Oil Island.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Every gamer now.
They're good.
This is me. Sweaty. He's sweaty. Look at him.
Conquest card. Wow.
Yeah.
Yo, even in the old school, we've been playing it, bro. We've been playing this for decades.
So next time you hear someone say, "Oh, this was just a spontaneous attack and Trump didn't know what he was doing," bro, Trump maybe, but we have been planning this we've been planning our youth to do this mission.
He's been saying since 1988 that we need to take Park Island.
Take Park Island. He has been saying that, to his credit. So this might, I mean, again, never try to plan Trump's move, because he will fucking juke you out so hard. That's why I don't comment on what Trump specifically is going to do, because every time I think he's going to do something and I criticize it, he does exactly the opposite, and I'm like, well, okay, that worked.
All right, well, let's see how.
That controls the whole country's economy. It's so strategically important that it was in the 1989 Sega Genesis game F-15 Strike Eagle 2, and its map is in Battlefield 3. American gamers have been fantasizing about attacking Park Island for literally 37 years now. But they claim this technically wouldn't be boots on the ground. It would be a loophole. It would be more like elite ninja slippers or something. So today we're going to examine why Iran's Park Island matters so much, how heavily it's defended, and what a special forces mission inside of Iran would look like. All the animation work in today's episode is sponsored by Mando for when you have weapons grade sweat. My favorite thing about them is that it doesn't just mask smell or cover it up, it actually eliminates it. Mando stops odor causing bacteria right.
I'm sorry, weapons grade sweat sounds like, bro, the worst BO in history. Like,
right?
Damn, they're making people pass out every time you walk past them. That's some weapons grade sweat.
Bro,
right?
have you ever sweated and it smells like fucking dank weed?
Yes, but whoa, wait.
No.
Yeah, I don't smoke, but every once in a while I'll have a sweat and it'll just smell like fucking reefer, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, you do live on the west side. It might be in the air at that point.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said this was retaliation for the assassination plot. He's like, well,
oh my god,
man.
Oh my god, Trump is petty enough to do that.
I mean, yeah, I could. But I don't think it was just that.
I think there is a lot of strategy in doing this, and I think it's strategy on the world stage. I don't think that we are actually concerned about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I think that is a threat that they might become a global power, but I don't like the whole narrative that we've been sold by Bibi. I don't think that's why we're doing this.
Well, guys, well, look, man, we all know how Trump stepped into the studio, man. So
BT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey, Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. We
Damn.
started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck, is it Masu, Masal, ooh, First of the money, we clocking they whip. Plan a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with fit. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bit. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting more. They're not trying to get.
Oh man, and shout out to my man Vlad because he's pretty much telling us like we're missing something, guys. We're missing something. We're missing.
Are we
like,
missing the Chinese riots?
Well, yeah, that yes, and the effects that this has happened on China. Because I'm be real with you, yeah, China's pissed off about this. It's like, bro,
Dude,
of course
that's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to tell you last week. I was like, no, this is, I'm glad he put that in there because that was my point that I was getting to, is this is not just about Iran. Like Russia and China are strategic. Like the word strategic means something. Allies with Iran. You want the war in Ukraine ended? Fucking cut off that infrastructure. You want China to not be able to project naval power? You cut off that infrastructure. Their submarines run on diesel that they get from Iran. Like this is a no-brainer to me.
I mean, I was saying the same thing the other day.
But all right, guys, let's get back to it.
In Kuwait, Ali Salim, to Karg Island is only about 130 miles away. That's well within Black Hawk helicopter range. Kuwait is a launching pad for this helicopter assault mission. Apache helicopters with 30mm cannons, Black Hawks, and Chinooks carrying commandos embark from here, and it takes them just under an hour to reach Karg Island. Planners favor this low-altitude helicopter assault with support from U.S. Ranger Infantry Regiment. This allows soldiers to land precisely near key objectives. Special Forces conduct high-altitude, low-opening halo jumps from 30,000 feet in the sky in order to have standoff from the short-range air defense systems. They land near the island and sabotage air defense on the ground to pave the way. The Delta Force squadron responsible for capturing Maduro was reportedly moved into nearby Kuwait in February 2026. Their first priority in securing and seizing the island is securing the oil terminal to prevent its destruction. Each step of that plan is a possible point of failure and challenge if something were to go wrong. Mohammed Soliman, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, said this about Karg Island, quote, "Take it out, and this means cutting off the military budget in addition to pulling the plug on the basic services that keep Iranian society functioning."
Ooh, and that was I was afraid they were gonna say. It's like basically we'd be attacking a humanitarian infrastructure humanitarian infrastructure.
We'd be seizing humanitarian infrastructure. And remember what we did when we seized the last humanitarian infrastructure we just seized? We gave it back to the people.
Now, know what? You're right. Well, once we got the guys, once we actually got a regime and a guy in power that we can trust, for sure. But in this case, like I said, if we do this, after we grind down their military capabilities, making it impossible for them to defend us, it's all good. If we do it before, bro,
there are some situations
gonna be on fire.
There are some situations where we can do it before, and we just have to fucking hope like hell we can defend it. Because once you attack it, the ease of attack is also, like, I've played this map before. The easier it is to attack, the harder it is to defend.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, they got those maps directly from someone being So that wasn't everything that you saw on those maps was at least there at the time and most likely currently still there.
And we've played this out. So when they talk about AI making our decisions, they're probably talking about fucking just game footage of goats playing the game. Like how do we strategically take this?
Okay, man. Oh no, we're gonna have AI run the best players and see how they did it.
Yeah.
End quote. Karg Island's security is reportedly handled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, so defeating any kind of American air assault mission here would be their responsibility. Access is extremely restricted here, and satellite imagery suggests the site is heavily fortified. Reports indicate that old assessments claim about 250 IRGC soldiers are here, plus another 250 air defense personnel stationed, and up to another 500 additional military personnel stationed behind steel perimeter fences and guard towers. There's only a population of about 8,000 people that live on the island. Most of them work there, according to this 2016 Iranian census report that I dug up. So the Financial Times analysis outlines the stakes clearly, I think. They say military action to destroy or take control of the island's infrastructure would be hugely damaging to Iran, but risks deepening the war, triggering a further shock to energy markets, and weakening any future Iranian government. End quote. It's like my old platoon leader used to always say, no risks and don't take any risks. Take a look at this CIA declassified assessment of Karg Island's defense from the 1980s. It reveals a lot. Case officers stated surveillance spotted 6 Hawk anti-air batteries on the island, 8 twin 35mm cannons, and another 8 light aircraft positions. Who knows what they have there today, but Jane's reported Iran has deployed their top air defense here. Separated from reinforcements, the island is difficult to defend and it's already isolated. Precision strikes would be needed to take out any of those air defense systems so as not to blow up the entire island. With Iran's air defense degraded, but
that's the thing though. Like I'm saying, any attack on this, they're already gonna know what's up. It's like gotta do. No, bro. I'm gonna be real. We have to do this.
We're gonna hit them with the discombobulator.
I'm weak. Well, hopefully we do it after we grind down their missile capabilities. Or like I said, the entire Middle East will be up.
I wouldn't be surprised if they used what the Space Force has been using recently, because they're talking they've been using something from our satellites. That would be honestly one of the best, I would think, because that can be pointed directly. It can be the amount of energy that's output can be controlled.
You want to hear my take, Set? Honestly, so I don't think China's anti-air stuff is trash as we're claiming it is. I think it's actually probably on par with ours, but our cyber infrastructure is so much better than theirs that we can just fucking turn it off. I don't think, I do not think that the Maduro raid went off without a hitch simply because their shit's just trash and we just overran it. I think we attacked it first, shut the power off, because we did shut the power off, remember? And then fried it and then attacked it. And I see something very similar happening here. If anything, the Maduro raid could have been a practice run on how to deal with that.
I'm almost 100% positive that's what it was. I've heard people say it sounds like, I think even Pete Hegseth hedged to that fact as well.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want to be careful in how I frame this, because I don't want anybody getting any wild ideas and then this just becoming a big conspiracy and giving Iran ammunition to try to counter it. But if I'm deducing it, I'm sure they are too.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it.
Navy largely destroyed and its Air Force knocked out and its ballistic missile launchers pummeled, American war planners believe that they have an opening at this point. This open source intelligence assessment believes Iran has prepared for this by reducing the amount of oil stockpiled there. They moved those ships for safekeeping. Iran stated they were confident that they could counter any U.S. ground invasion. For context, Karg Island sits in the Persian Gulf about 16 miles off of Iran's coast, which makes it close enough for long-range artillery or rocket fire from the mainland that could reach it. In the weeks leading up to the war, Iran actually ramped up oil production at Karg by a ton, making preparations for being attacked. The facility's output was more than double to 4 million barrels per day to get as much out before the war started. So far, the U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth has not ruled out using ground forces in the war. Meanwhile, several deployments suggest that the Pentagon is quickly preparing for contingency plans.
Yo, shout out to my man Noah Joyner. I think he actually knows what Tove was talking about. Those are the rods of God. They are titanium tungsten alloyed. It's actually surprising.
So rods from God.
Yeah.
Rods from God was an old kinetic program. You basically just launch telephone poles of tungsten down onto the ground, and there's no munition on it. It's just the fucking force of gravity killing you. I don't think that's what that's not what Tove's talking about. I think we're talking about like literal information systems attacks, like cyber attacks on their infrastructure.
Ah, all right. I thought that's what it was because it coming from the sky.
No, it's coming from the sky as in a signal.
Yeah, I was about to.
But all right, though.
I mean that could be part. That could be part of it. I'd be terrified to actually see that happen because we create an arms race in space.
Man, look, anything's possible with our military.
Yeah.
American 82nd Airborne Division just canceled a major training exercise. This is the unit that would be able to drop 5,000 soldiers anywhere in the world within 18 hours. The unit trained to capture island airfields and seize critical infrastructure like this. The Karg Island airstrip sits in the northeast of the island, and if it were captured, it could bring in air defense and American reinforcements quickly. Most of the IRGC defenses are located in the south, with a residential area in both the north and south of the island. But what I want to know is, if most of Iran's oil fields are on land and offshore, why is all of the oil funneled here to this one vulnerable choke point, this one bottleneck? That seems like a strategic error. But the reason is shockingly simple. Most of Iran's coastline is too shallow for modern super tankers, but the waters around Karg are one of the only locations deep enough for the massive crude oil carriers that move oil around the world, especially the tankers headed to China, which buys the vast majority of Iran's exports, something like 90%. Ironically, or coincidentally, I forget which one it is, America should be intimately familiar with how the facilities work on this island, because in 1960s, it was originally built by an American company, the U.S. oil company Amco, as the country's main crude oil export terminal. For this reason, Karg Island has long been asking for freedom. The entire island is built around one central tank farm, as you can see here. It's surrounded by ports, loading jetties, and a pipeline that is connected to 3 main oil fields. 10 total tanker berths sit on the east and the west, and they handle basically all the country's exports. The oil is transported through a network of underwater pipelines to the island, where it's stored and then shipped to global markets. Most of Iran's biggest oil fields that sit in provinces near the Iraqi border, these pipelines carry that crude south to the coast, and Karg Island became this central hub where those pipelines terminate. Instead of building dozens of smaller ports, Iran chose to concentrate export infrastructure in one place. The island can store about 28 million barrels of crude as a reserve. Right now, about 1.8 million barrels per day leave this island, even with the Strait of Hormuz closed to regular traffic. Currently, Iranian tankers bound for China still leave. Well, that doesn't sound fair. The problem is Karg Island is incredibly exposed. It's within range of short-range missiles and drones from across the shore. You just saw on March 11th, 3 ships were hit by the Iranian IRGC forces while they were trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, showing Iran's ability to continue with accurate attacks and targeting within this short range. Currently, Iran is exporting more oil than ever before, even before the war, because they are only letting their own ships through. The mission to strangle the Islamic Republic's oil at Karg Island is also politically risky, because American support for even this current level of escalation in the war is low, sitting at around 40%, according to multiple polls, which are imperfect, but they give us a snapshot of an idea. Even though it's around 84% of Trump's base that is in favor of the war, overall, most Americans are not supportive, especially of any kind of prolonged war or any kind of
So all I hear out of that is the Democrats don't like it, and most of Trump's base does, which the Democrats don't like anything Trump does, so why would we expect them to support that?
Yeah, low-key, though. Honestly, it's kind of effed up, and I hate to tell the Dems this, but at this point, the debate is between the anti-war and the pro-war guys within inside of MAGA at this point.
Yeah, we run the government.
You guys were going to hate whatever Trump did regardless. Really only we can have this debate and actually be, in good faith about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it is between you and I, and Tove, and I'd even give the argument to Sid because he can actually have a fucking brain cell other than Trump bad.
Yeah. And we just need, well, yeah, we gotta give Sid that one. But and like I said, one of the main reasons why we don't want this, look, Democrats don't want it because, well, F Trump.
It's Trump. Yeah.
We don't want it because, well, we kind of see the horrors of war. We kind of see where this may be going or where it could go. And we don't want that, especially since we were seeing like really good markers in the beginning of the year. Like,
I'll put it to you this way, Seth. I don't want war either. But there is a certain point in time where if you want to remain the big dog on the fight, if you want your economy to be the scale at which it's in, if you want your economy to be able to grow, you have to take away power from people that are trying to take it from us. Like, you have to do that. And this does do that. Unfortunately, we can't just go do a yoinkening like we did with Maduro. Like that was a different battlefield. That was a
you have
different.
to explain to me how Iran really threatened our power, honestly.
Because it's not that they threatened our power.
Power in the Middle East.
It's not that they threatened it. It's not that they threatened it. It's that they gave aid to other powers. That's really what it's about. Remember when I said this isn't about the people of Iran, although that could be a great side effect of this. This is about power on the global stage. And either we have it or we don't, because it is being consolidated. And if it's consolidated without us, we turn into China. We turn into Russia.
Now, in my opinion, I honestly think it's more about, well, control and influence in the region. And I just think that we don't want Iran to have any type of control or influence in that region. And I mean, that is somewhat within our interest. But here's the problem, though.
Think about it this way. When we attacked Venezuela, it was all about the drugs, right? Drugs don't really come out of Venezuela; they come out of Colombia. But what was Venezuela? What was Venezuela doing? They were giving aid to China and Russia and Iran. So we took them off the fucking board. Iran? We can sit here and have this argument on whether or not they're going towards a nuclear weapon or not. It's the same argument as the drugs. It's there, but it's probably not the real reason. The real reason is Iran is giving comfort to China and Russia.
True. And that's one of their biggest players in the board on the Middle East. And I
remember what I said. Don't look at the stated reasons. Look at the outcomes.
Oh no, trust me. I already knew this whole war was about influence. People want to say it's about the Iranian people. No,
it's not.
No, it's about influence in the region that Iran holds and that we want to take away from them. Now,
yes,
is this the best way to do it? Not in my opinion.
I think it's the only way to do it.
Here we are.
I think it is. I think it's the only way to do it. Because we were allies with Iran at one point. Israel was an ally with Iran as well. And then the radical fucking clerics came in and decided that they were going to align with anybody but us. The radical clerics are like the fucking liberals of today. Anybody but Trump. Anything Trump does, bad. Anything America does, it's got to be against us.
Yeah, and that's true.
You can
that's
historically.
True, I believe
historically we have proven them right.
Bad start with the. Because let's be real, historically, Iran has always been a threat due to the fact that we've always been trying to interfere in Iran. So, and this is why we wanted the whole no new wars in the Middle East, because we kind of seen that every time we get into it with these guys, they just hate us more, and it's hard to work with them in the future. But when we leave them alone for a while, now they're starting to get closer to us. Now we're able to work with these guys. Now some of their enemies are now some of their enemies are our enemies. Like, it kind of works out better when we leave these countries alone,
but first
we let them do their own thing.
But first, think about it. We go in and we destabilize it, and then that happens. We're going in and
true, but we went in destabilized, and that's how we got the Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah came in the 70s. I'm talking about our recent conflicts in the Middle East. Between Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iraq and Afghanistan. Notice how they're all a part of the strategic missile defense. And that was about power as well. It was probably a little bit more short-sighted, because if they really had their eye on the prize, they would have moved from Iraq to Afghanistan to Kuwait to Lebanon and then went to Iran. That's what should have happened. And it didn't happen, and that's why we were protracted out for 20 fucking years in Afghanistan, because like,
But here's
I
the thing,
think
though. It's the current day messaging that I think confuses everybody. Because here's the thing. I don't think a lot of Americans really care too much about the whole influence argument, sadly. But
they
like
should. That's what makes their
yeah,
economy fucking work.
but let's be real though. They're not making that argument though. Like I
Yeah.
believe the common argument is, oh, the nuclear capability, ballistic missiles, and all this crazy stuff. And it's kind of because like to sit there and say, oh, well, we're trying to overthrow them because we want to, like, you know, take out their influence. Be real with you, a lot of Americans aren't really going to go for that. They're just going to be like, why not just get in and deal with them and work with them like that instead of just trying to overthrow these guys causing regional conflict.
Remember, before we took out Maduro, it was all about the drug boats. We were fucking propagandizing the people. Oh, look at all these boats that we're blowing up. Oh, look at what he's saying. Look at what he's doing. And then after the mission was successful, it was, we're not going to allow a regional country in our hemisphere at that time to work with our adversaries. Now we're not going to allow a global interest to align with our adversaries. We're not going to allow anybody to align with our adversaries. We're going to take them out systematically across the world, as we are meant to do. If we're going to be the world's quote unquote police force, we're going to be the world's superpower as well.
But here's the problem, though. This is actually helping Russia. This is helping, in a way, somewhat helping China.
Short term it is.
I mean,
short term.
We could go ahead.
We're bigger picture people, Set. We are bigger picture people.
Long term. I mean, what was it? Short term pain for long term gain. We can hit them with that, but that's not foreseeable. Like we're not seeing it yet.
We can't. We are in the middle of a conflict.
Exactly.
We can't see it. When we pop through the tunnel, we are bigger picture people. You're a bigger picture person, Set. Look at the bigger picture.
And I'm looking at the bigger picture right now. And the bigger picture, it kind of doesn't look good for us for some reason. And I want it to look good for us. I'm trying to have the best, like, you know, idea of how this could go, but you're
being purposefully cynical on yourself to justify or to stress test all of the positivity. You're playing devil's advocate.
Exactly. Because I need to play devil's advocate, and somebody needs to go back against it. And that's why you're here, and I appreciate that. Because the devil's advocate point I'm making is one,
it could go badly.
If, like, what if the Gulf countries, like, what if the stress on the Gulf countries actually work and they're pressing us to stop? Like, there's that. Two, there's Syria. There's a Syria option, which could be pretty bad, which is looking most likely. We destabilize that entire region. And okay, the Ayatollah may not be in power, but now it's like a 3-4 way war to see who's gonna be in power.
Yeah, and eventually, people will get tired of losing, and they'll be like, "Well, you know, America has been like rebuilding our infrastructure, and if we look at Dubai, look at how much America puts into Dubai." Look at how much America puts into Saudi Arabia. Look at how much America puts into Qatar. And we could be like that. I would like my country to be able to be like that. Eventually, you're going to see that in the quote unquote hearts and minds. That's how you win hearts and minds. Not by not shooting at people that are shooting at you.
But that's
you win hearts.
We could have did that now if we just didn't want to get into a war with Iran for some reason. Like, we honestly could have got that done.
I don't see us under the oppression of the Iranian regime that does not want modernity, that would despise something like Abu Dhabi in their country. We can't. True. And that's why the message is being pushed right now that a majority of Iranians don't like it, because I honestly buy into that. I think a majority of Iranians do not like what they have and have seen their regional powers around them grow up in success, and meanwhile they still have dirt roads.
I mean, I don't know about that one, dog. Iran is actually doing pretty well, actually better than the surrounding countries that they're around. Like
they're not doing better.
Infrastructure, bro? They've been doing better than Iraq. They're doing better than Afghanistan.
Are they doing better than Saudi or Qatar or Bahrain?
Is there
an F1 race in Iran?
There was no sanctions, probably.
Is there an F1 race in Iran?
I mean, let's be real, bro. We're talking about the people who we let in, we let them be authoritarians. We let them, like, think about it. Don't you think they got secret police too? They do.
And that was a mistake on our part. We're trying to correct that mistake.
We're picking and choosing. And because they bow down to us, it's all good. That's the problem, though. But Iran, and this be regarded, these guys are actually weak compared to Iran. Any one of these Gulf countries go up against Iran, they're getting cooked.
Any one of them, if any one of them, but them
two
united.
of them could have bagged up on Iran and they might have gotten cooked.
No, that's not what's happening, though, is it? You have Israel, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait.
Bro, it's only us attacking Qatar. I mean, Iran. It's only us and Israel.
But everybody else is providing defense. I mean, it's for their countries, obviously.
Yeah,
but they didn't kick us out.
Better than to get involved with Iran.
Yeah,
like that's the problem with Iran. Iran's the big bad wolf in the Middle East that everybody don't want to fuck with, or we'd have been toppled them if they was. That's
why we're doing things like selling F-35s to Qatar and selling military assets to Dubai. That's why we're doing that. We are strengthening alliances. This is going to I'm not disagreeing with you. This is going to test the alliance in that area. However, I think the governments of these areas are tired of the big bad wolf that is Iran, and this you could spin it one of two ways. You could spin it as, oh, now we're getting attacked because America did this, or we're getting attacked because a crazy fucking person that has been crazy has decided to attack us. We didn't get into this.
I mean, that's true, but we were dragged into this. That's the worst part about it. So that's why, like, and what everybody want to pay to Iran is, well, I'll be real with you, they are the big bad wolf in the Middle East, but not to us. To be honest,
they're not a threat.
They weren't an imminent threat to us.
They were an imminent economic threat to us, because the imminent economic
I think
threat.
If we'd have left them alone, that economic threat would have been left alone.
If we would have left them alone, they would have continued supplying China with oil. They're still supplying China with oil to this day.
I mean,
we don't want that.
What? We're gonna attack every country that's applied China with oil? Is that like the?
No. So we are going to position ourselves as we're going to buy oil. We're gonna make our economy stronger. You will be better to do business with us than China.
But here's the thing, though. Like, if we're over here starting conflicts in the Middle East, that might turn more people towards China, because China ain't never going to do nothing like this. And I mean, bro, think about it from the Gulf countries' perspective. I'm like, bro, we're getting bombed right here. Infrastructure getting hit, all because the U.S. wanted to get into war with Iran. I mean, shoot, if we was all working with China, this would have never happened. Like, this is like the image the image we're setting in front of the world stage that I don't like.
In front of China, once China gets the power. If China would have gotten the power that they're seeking, everybody would have been slaves to China. China would have just went out and colonized the entire fucking world. And I think that's what people are missing.
No, okay, I'll give you that one. No, you're right. China is trying to invoke world domination through, economic power. I'll give you that. Economic power. I'll give you that one.
And we have shown ourselves as we will dominate economic power and give it back to the people.
But if that was the case, then it would be way better to entice Iran. Well, honestly, we could have just lifted the sanctions, go back into the JCPOA, and then we'd been able to engage in trade with them and kind of pull that away from China a little bit.
But you're missing the aspect of it where Iran is not interested in that. Iran ideologically is not
multiple times. No, we're not interested in that.
I think we're not interested in it for a reason.
Oh, no, all right, understandable. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Seen operating on the ground in Iran. The White House appears to be looking for a repeat of the Venezuela.
Toes in the back.
The conditions here, though, are far different and don't have the element of surprise. One of the reasons I think this is a likely future target for the U.S. and why they will possibly attempt to capture it is because controlling it is a similar tactic to blockading Venezuela's oil in order to essentially control whatever regime in Venezuela is in power ended up doing. Despite those defenses on the island, U.S. planners believe an opportunity exists because Iranian air defense across the south of the country has already been heavily degraded. Its navy has taken significant losses, with an estimated 42 ships sunk or destroyed. Large parts of the Iranian Air Force have been knocked out. Over 300 ballistic missile launchers have reportedly been destroyed and over 1,000 troops killed. In other words, the window for a raid might exist only after Iranian defenses have been sufficiently weakened. And with the Kurdish forces on Iran's western border reportedly now unable or unwilling to join the fight on the ground, the pressure to send in ground troops to achieve some of America's objectives is growing. But Iran has already surprised U.S.
I'll be real with you guys, bro. Playing with the Kurds is a very risky game we're playing. We're playing with a group of people that we've kind of betrayed before. And you got to remember, the Kurds, they're communists and they want their own country. So what makes you think that they might just stop with the invasion of Iran if they're envisioning Kurdistan?
That's why I
my
don't
problem working with the Kurds. But I think that's the problem we're just going to kick down the can for another time, as long as we just get what we want out of Iran.
I don't think we should align with the Kurds. I think we should do it in our interest and leave it at that. I think we should align with the actual Iranian people that are willing and able. Like, we have to able them to take over their government.
That's the problem, Monty. I just don't think they're there. I think that they're just vehemently way more support for the Ayatollah than we actually know. I think all that's been propaganda to been trick us in to thinking that we can actually, do it for the Iranian people. I think that's all propaganda because it has not been reflected throughout history. There does seem to be enough support. It ain't 80-20, but like shooting. But I would say this: there's definitely a 50 to 55% support for the Iranian government. Like, sadly,
You think they have a majority in power and they don't just have power over people because of fear?
Well, Monty, we can always assume fear, but there are people who love that regime who's living good under it. So not everybody.
Okay, hold on.
No, not everybody is going off of fear. Some people are just doing this out of the loyalty of it. The people who are going off fear is the people who disagree with the government. Those are the guys who are going to be afraid to speak out. But the people who
look
are
at it this way,
the government, like, think about it. Like, we're assuming that everybody in Iran just is afraid of their government.
That's what dictators typically do, Set. But
that's not them, sadly. I mean, no, that's not them. A majority
you don't think so?
of their government, no, it's not. Majority of their government is in support of their, majority of the people of Iran is in support of their government.
So is the majority of North Korean people.
Bro, it's been shown. Bro, here's the thing. You'd be surprised how crazy people are. We're talking about and their government is based on religion. When you got 88 million people, 88 million Muslims in a population of 93 million, and most of them are Shia Muslims who believe that the Ayatollah should be in power. Like, who are we kidding?
I mean, at that point, if you genuinely believe it, that's still a non-issue. Like, Iran can do whatever Iran wants to do. That's why I think we should not try to do regime change. We should clip the feathers of the bird.
Like I said, bro, and there's a lot of things people don't want to admit about Iran, but this is one of the things. I mean, you can look this up right now, guys. Look up how many Muslims are in Iran, and the number's been consistent. There's over 80 million of those people in there. Most of them are Shia Muslims, and 9% are Sunni. I can see the 9% not effing with it because they just don't even believe in the Ayatollah even being in power.
So do you think all Shia Muslims want to just murder dissent?
No, not all Shia Muslims.
Yeah, so
that, but let's be real though. It might be, and I'm gonna have to give credence to this. There might be a good amount of them. Why? Because when the Ayatollah died, there was Shia Muslims, bro, mourning all over the world, and that was a scary thing to see. And then the Shia Muslims in Iraq was out here attacking the U.S. embassy.
Yeah,
what makes you think there's in that same? And that's just a small group in them. That, like, there's not that much Shia Muslims in the world. Mainly, all the Shia Muslims are in Iran.
So then my question then turns, if not this way, how do you defeat that?
It has to happen through, honestly, the generation, because the younger generation, as it goes, is more and more, I would say, liberal in their Islamic ways. So they're still Muslims, but they're more like moderate Muslims, these younger kids. And if we actually let them grow up and slowly, because all these clerics and stuff, the Ayatollah, they're all old men. This is that's the thing. And if we actually let it, maybe like 5-10 years down the line, we'd have got that regime change we wanted, or it might have happened through the election process of our presidents. But
I kind of think you're overestimating how many people actually identified out of fear then
we don't know that.
actually do.
That
No,
they're
but
identifying
at the same
You
time,
can't. It's a safe assumption set. If people, if the
I'm sorry,
options
but
are,
think about it like this, because you guys are forgetting my one election point. All right, cool. If you don't support the government, then why even try to register and vote? Why participate in the election?
because
Why
you're
not
going
just sit
for
it
the
out?
least
Because they're not
evil
holding
that you
everybody
can
at
get.
gunpoint, because there was 30
No,
million people that was allowed to chill back and nobody said anything.
they don't have to hold everybody at gunpoint. Set. They just have to make a couple of examples.
Like Monty. It's
and
like,
honestly,
that's
if
too
you're
much
living
support
under,
for just making a couple of examples. And what will be the point of even doing this whole
if you're
election process if I'm just making examples out of
the same
everybody?
reason why we originally
No. I want to answer that question directly. The reason you put elections out, even in a dictatorship, is to show legitimacy for your government. You have to show legitimacy for your government, because now think about it this way: if we wanted to overthrow our government, like let's look at it from our perspective in our day and
Can you
age.
imagine the propaganda though? 70 million Americans voted against Trump. We need to save them.
No. So
that would be the propaganda though.
yeah, but that was an actual free and fair election. If you want to maintain power as a dictator, you want to show legitimacy to your government. So our government we see as legitimate. It has natural legitimacy, right? I think that theirs is artificial, but our government is naturally legitimate. So in order for an overthrowing of our government, we would have to we would basically have to have the entire country not liking something and willing to die over that thing. And I don't think that that's what they have in Iran. I think that has been highly, because of the legitimacy
what they got.
And let me,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and one thing I'd like to say is, if you're living under a certain, oh my God, I can't. Basically, a certain type of government for so long, and every time you've asked for help, it hasn't come, and suddenly you're given this opportunity to at least try and vote in the least evil of the group, because you don't have a hand in who you get to choose from. Those 5 people are chosen by the government. You just get to choose one of these. You just get to choose from one of these 5 people. So you're gonna if you're gonna participate, it's because you're trying to vote in the least evil of that group.
And that's still participating and showing support for that government.
No.
Legitimacy with your participation. If there was a record turnout, like let's say there was only 10 million people who actually registered to vote, only 10 million out of 93, I would give you guys it. I'm like, bro, that's people not even want to participate in this. But you got 61 million out of 93.
61. Okay, that's great and all. However,
it's not great, because I mean there's support for the government that we don't like.
No. That does not mean that there's support for the government. If your only options in getting any sort of say is so set. All right, I'm going to give you 5 options. 1, I beat you with a bat. 1, I beat you with a broom.
Bro, what's the difference? I'm be real with you, Monty. You kind of made a good point, because then what's the difference between our politics?
There is no difference, but our government actually has real
legitimacy. We go to war with Russia through the liberals. 2, we go to war with Iran through the Republicans. Like,
how many we have how many people that don't support our government?
But we're not set. We are not under a theocratical regime. We're under a democratic republic. That there is a difference. They have set their government up in a way.
Depends who in the world you ask.
They have set their government up in a way in which you don't win in any choice.
I don't know, man. You gotta ask them there. Sounds like they're happy with their government. They're out there in the streets ready to fight for them.
I mean,
like I said, the participation in the government says a lot. Like, if there was no participation in the elections, that would just show that there was distrust in the American government. If only 10 million, if there was only like 10% of the people of America participating in the elections, that would show that there was no support for the government.
So are you saying that the people that voted against Trump still support him because they voted?
No, they support the government because they voted. They support the system because they voted.
But they don't support the system.
No, they do. They still support the Constitution that the president has to abide by. They still do. They just don't like
They
who's
don't
in
say
charge.
it.
Well, they still do.
They
It's like, come
say
on now.
they
We
say
know
the
liberals
complete
be wilding,
opposite.
but come on now. We know liberals be wilding, but not like that now.
They also use violence to scare their opposition.
Yeah, but that's not all liberals now.
No, it's not
you're
all
talking about the
liberals.
Ayatollah.
I'm comparing them together. Liberals use violence, i.e., Charlie Kirk, i.e., throwing nail bombs at people, i.e., fucking shooting up places. They give violence to give credence to the idea that our government has failed. They support it only so much as to say, if I don't get what I want, I'm going to create holy hell for you. They bomb Teslas, they key cars. It's all like it's the same kind of thing. It's just not as extreme.
But here's the
Because
problem.
we don't live in that world where we've had an authoritarian regime for 40 years.
I get what
We
you're
live
saying.
in
But the problem is, though, we're going off all emotional arguments when it comes to, oh, well, how does Iranian people feel about the government when the numbers are right there and we're still trying to
That's
create
why I
emotional
say don't
arguments
worry
for the
about the
numbers.
Iranian people. That's why I say don't worry about the. It's not about the
No,
Iranian
I'm sorry,
people.
but like my bad.
Yeah.
I thought we were debating. My bad, bro. I thought we were debating.
We are, but that's as deep as I'm willing to get into it before I don't care anymore. I
Okay,
don't care. I think I've been consistent on that. I don't care about the Iranian people. I only care about them in the fact that they are people and they are my neighbors. Like I have a humanitarian care for them, but the as far as our military support goes, I don't care. I want that to achieve our interests. Remember, America first.
I mean, agreed. But all right, though. Shout out to my man Chad. He says, "Who believes Trump can end the war any day? If Trump stopped the war today, bet Iran keeps attacking assets in the region." Well, damn.
Yeah, and so Chad's trying to make a point against the war effort and trying to say that Trump can't claim a quick victory. That literally should go to show you that even if we were not attacking them, they would still be attacking us.
Nah, come on now. If we didn't attack them, they wouldn't be attacking the region right now.
But it's asymmetric, set. Just because they're not engaged in kinetic combat does not mean that they're not attacking us and trying to cripple our infrastructure and trying to sway power away from us. That is what they've done.
That's what they're doing. But
yeah,
let's not forget though, like it's because we set this off and now this is the strategy that they're
they've been doing that before we set that off.
Nah, I'm be real with you. We set that off with this war starting.
No, that's been going on for years. They've been doing this. We have just made the war hot. Look at it as a
Iran
Cold
has
War.
Never attacked Saudi Arabia. Iran has never attacked the UAE or Qatar until
I'm
now.
not talking about kinetic attacks, Set. I'm talking about attacking
proxies. Then I mean,
I'm not talking about kinetic attacks. Get rid of the proxies out of your head. Get rid of like actually military attacking people. I'm talking about attacking trade, instilling fear in anybody that would be willing to do trade with America, cutting off and exerting power over things. Those are forms of warfare. They absolutely have.
They work well with Qatar, and Qatar works well with us, and they still rock with Qatar. So they haven't done that either.
No. Like that. Okay. So between cyber attacks, information warfare, and economic pressure that they've placed, they have been engaged with a asymmetric style of warfare for my lifetime. I don't know how quickly it heated up or how before it came, but that is what they have been doing. A war does not just mean, oh, you're dropping bombs on your enemies. We were the first one to heat up what is essentially a Cold War.
All right.
We were in a Cold War with Russia, right? We weren't dropping bombs on Russia, but everybody was like, yeah, they're at war with us. We have a space race. We're trying to thumb our nose at them. We're like all of that thing. And now it has heated up. Imagine if the Cold War had heated up. That's essentially what has happened here.
All right, and shout out to my man Sid. He says, "I'm basically Khomeini. I'm done." Oh yeah,
Shut the fuck up, Sid. Get your ass up here.
Yeah, Chad, Sid. Anybody else want to come up? The StreamYard link has been posted. You can go to the main page, hit the post tab. It'll be right there. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. But all right,
So when
yeah,
we say war, when you hear Republicans say war, yes, I know it's very easy to get into the, oh, well, we struck them first. Absolutely, it's easy to get, because we did. Like there is no, I don't know of any threats. I mean, I'm not the CIA and I'm not the foreign intelligence, but that is a result of what people thought would be the best outcome would be for us to attack them.
All right, then. Well, guys, let's get back to it then. Let's get back to the video.
Yep.
War planners once before by knocking out at least one American THAAD radar, which is worth $300 million at least, with preliminary reports stating that 3 other of these radar systems may have been destroyed, along with Patriot radars as well. There's only 13 of these radar systems that have ever been produced, so it would be the first time that a radar like this was destroyed, and it would represent a major blow. It's a strategic level theater asset that takes 3 to 8 years to replace. Despite this loss, though, air defense interception rates remain above 90% against Iran's ballistic missiles. Right now, as we speak, we're seeing pieces of the fresh THAAD interceptors being moved from South Korea and redeployed to the Middle East to cover down on these losses. There are concerns out there that this limits the Americans' ability to deter war in the Pacific against China, but I think we've learned from evidence of Iran's much more limited and less capable ballistic missile attacks that any kind of large-scale Chinese ballistic missile attack in that region would quickly destroy some of these systems, and deterrence will more likely depend on offensive capabilities than defensive. The U.S. was caught off guard by the Iranian Shahed drone abilities to evade their air defense. 7 Americans have been killed in action and 150 wounded, with 8 severely wounded so far. The biggest proponent of seizing Karg Island appears to be Michael Rubin, a former senior Pentagon advisor who has briefed the White House directly about the island, saying, quote, "If Iran can't sell their own oil, they can't make payroll. No matter how much we bomb, there is not going to be regime change until we fracture the Revolutionary Guard. And if this can be a fairly non-violent way of doing it, all the better." Rubin holds enough political clout in the administration that he says his recommendations have been circulated within the National Security Council. Why release this information of these potential war plans? Why publicly talk about this like this? Because at this point, the element of surprise is long gone already. That ship sailed after all the Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired the first day. This is how politicians float ideas to the public to see what your reaction will be. They gauge polls and determine if it's a popular idea or not. Spoiler alert, it's not a popular idea. Leaking these plans are also how psyops are conducted, where they will let their enemies think that they're planning something like this to stress Iran's defenses, whether they are or aren't. But not everyone believes it would be a swift victory by capturing or seizing or otherwise destroying Karg Island. JP Morgan said, quote, "A direct strike would immediately halt the bulk of Iran's crude exports, likely triggering severe retaliation in the Strait of Hormuz or against regional energy infrastructure. Experts believe bombing or capturing Karg Island would cause a sustained increase in oil prices." Neil Qualliam from the Chatham House think tank said, quote, "We may see $120 a barrel price that we saw on Monday heading to $150 if Karg Island were attacked. Gas by me has already gone up about 80 cents here in New Jersey, and I'm seeing people outside trying to stock up on fuel." The IRGC in Iran, for their part, have shown no sign of stopping attacks on nearby oil infrastructure, most recently hitting Oman's facilities, as seen here, although Iran denied responsibility for the attack initially. Understand, though, the strategic importance of Karg Island has had a long history of being targeted before. It was once going to be bombed by President Carter in the 1970s to pressure Iran into releasing the American hostages. The idea is that would force Tehran to negotiate, but the plan was never executed because it was deemed too risky. Karg Island was then bombed by Saddam Iraqi Air Force in the 1980s, and the Karg Island facilities were put out of commission in the autumn of 1986, so this wouldn't even be the first time it's happened. Heavy bombing of Karg Island destroyed most of the terminal facilities. Karg Island has, in fact, been a prime location for exporting goods and minerals since the mid-18th century. Many empires have used it for one purpose or another, from the Portuguese to the British to the Dutch. There are several strategic infrastructure targets like this around the world. China's Three Gorge Dam, America's Hoover Dam, Saudi Arabia's oil processing plant. These are all pieces of infrastructure that, if they were militarily targeted, would cause catastrophic disasters and would only be hit in the event of some kind of total war scenario, a balls to the wall, full escalation scenario. If we see this happen, this is an indication of total escalation. It's in the past always been seen as a mutually assured destruction scenario, and that's why so far every administration from Carter to Reagan to Bush has balked at attacking it. But the reported special ops ground raids don't stop at Karg Island. What the US and Israel have been discussing behind the scenes, according to Axios, is the possibility of sending special operators onto Iranian soil deep into their country to secure the Islamic Republic's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Iran claims to have 450 kilograms, about 60% enriched, just a short technical step away from weapons grade. Maybe these were the WMDs of friends that we made the whole time along the way. When asked how that material will be destroyed, Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio said at a congressional briefing, quote, "People are going to have to go in and get it," end quote. So who are those people? That's the U.S. Army Special Missions Unit from Delta Force, the Counter WMD mission team. They've trained on destroying nuclear material in underground bunkers for years now, spending $14 million at least on creating their own underground facility to prepare for this. At least that's what they were asking for. This mission has never been done before, and normally it's to prevent a loose nuke situation from happening in the event of a government collapsing that has nukes. So where would this mission take place? Reports are that the majority of this nuclear material would be at the Isfahan site. Seen here, Iran used heavy equipment to cover the tunnel entrances here in preparation of a ground assault. 4 sources inside the White House with knowledge of the mission that spoke to Axios said the administration is discussing 2 options. One would be to remove the nuclear material from Iran, but it weighs like 1,000 pounds, so that seems difficult. The other option is bringing a brave nuclear scientist on the mission to dilute the nuclear material on site without contaminating everybody and blowing up the world. Be like some kind of Mission Impossible mission. But there is a major problem here. Strikes last June buried the Iranian uranium stockpiles under concrete and rubble and debris. Reportedly, Iran can't even reach it since then. To make the mission even more complicated, U.S. intelligence believes Iran might have moved some of the remaining enriched uranium to another site at Pickaxe Mountain. This is not out of the realm of possibility, though. This kind of mission has happened. Israeli Special Forces.
I mean, I suspected that day one because there was like really no trace of any, like, I guess nuclear spill, fallout, nothing like that. So I assumed they did move all of their enriched uranium.
Has conducted a,
but probably left all the tech there just to be blown to smithereens.
Similar mission flying deep behind enemy lines into Syria in a helicopter air assault, blowing open the doors of the missile base and blowing the base apart before sending down airstrikes to cut off any of the routes that were leading to the base so reinforcements couldn't arrive. And then they got back in the helicopters and got back home. The likelihood of regime change is going down by the day, though, it seems. Chris Murphy, a senator from Connecticut, gave an unclassified version of a rundown that he got, a briefing from the White House about the war that suggests that they're no longer believe that regime change is even possible. My face when I realized we've replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei, at least for the time being. The other possible use of special forces in a ground invasion would be to secure the Strait of Hormuz, which is quickly becoming the centerpiece of this war and one of the biggest headaches to America. At least 18 different vessels have been targeted by Iranian strikes, which has shut down traffic here. Analysts believe sending some kind of ground force on the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz would be required to open it back up because the U.S. Navy is getting daily requests from tankers in this region asking for help being escorted through here. But so far, the Navy has assessed that it's still too dangerous to do so. The insider, the U.S. official that spoke to Axios, claimed that it wouldn't be a Fallujah scenario with thousands of conventional troops occupying Iranian cities, but those sound like famous last words to me. Skepticism aside, it's unclear now whether U.S. operational goals of regime change and total destruction of Iran's nuclear program are achievable or not. U.S. officials believe that capturing it would cause a collapse in the Iranian currency, it would weaken the IRGC, it would worsen inflation spikes, and it would be severe pressure on the regime.
I mean, I don't even think their currency can go any lower at a certain point. I mean, that's already at rock bottom. It's already cooked. I don't know how worse it can get. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next video. Well, get back to this. What was it? Diary of a CEO.
Question.
Yep.
When they took out the supreme leader in Iran, who's going to give out the instructions?
All right, yeah, and just to give you a point, this guy here, yes, the funny looking guy. Yeah, he's a White House War Advisor, Robert Pape. Robert Pape. That boy got money. All right, let's go.
The adaptive system adapts and fills in the holes. It fills in the holes, usually with what's left. And in this case, the supreme leader that we took out, this particular hole, this was the guy who had 2 fatwas, they're called. These are religious edicts. It's like a papal edict that is nuclear weapons. It's a religious, he's the leader of essentially the religion, a little bit like the Shia Pope. And he is actually issuing religious doctrine. And that's called a fatwa. And as a religious doctrine, he issued 2 that said Iran should not have nuclear weapons. The guy we killed was one of the guardrails against nuclear weapons.
How does that? He was developing them in his country.
No, he's developing the enrichment material. They hadn't been fashioned yet that we know of as nuclear weapons. Okay,
so they found a technicality.
And this enrichment going from 5% to 20% to 6%.
We tore up the JCPOA. We invoked the sanctions on them. They did steady increase enrichment. So, and here's the thing, though. And this is what I always say: if Trump was to never get out of that JCPOA, and let's say that Iran was going to do it anyway, it'd have been better to wait for them to do it anyway. So it just doesn't look like we just honestly didn't hold up our end of the deal. So neither did they.
I don't agree with that set. If they were going to do it anyway, and they actually succeeded in quote unquote doing it anyway, literally at that point we can't do anything about it because they just become another North Korea.
But here's the thing, though. We don't know. They were abiding by the deal until we, ripped it up, and then they went outside of it just like we did. So that's the only problem. And that's why I said if they was to do, let's say this, if he stayed under the JCPOA, and in 2019 they went past that 3.6%, they went past that 400 kilos, and they still went past it, then we'd be able to sit there and be like, we got to get involved with them because they're obviously going towards a nuke. Because even under this deal, which is supposed to keep them from going away, they're continuously breaking it. But that didn't happen. We broke our obligation to the deal, expecting them to uphold theirs. And then when they didn't break it, now we want to pretend like they're the ones that were acting in bad faith.
Right. But so I maintain that we should have never made deals with terrorists. I mean, that's just a fundamental disagreement that I'm going to have with the JCPOA. But
that's
and the reason I say that is because I don't think that the deal went far enough. I think the deal should have also been, and you also can't fucking fortify a military to protect it when the deal expires, because there was a sunset on the deal. The deal was 15 years. And in that 15 years, what were they doing? They were using the sanctioned money that they said that they were going to use for infrastructure for their people and building infrastructure for their military so that when the deal does expire, then
but that doesn't mean we break a deal and then let them go outside of it. Here's the thing: even if they were doing that, they were abiding by the deal.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I said I don't think the deal goes far enough. That's why I'm glad we got out of it. However, here's the thing: if they prove to us that just simply because we got out of the deal that they didn't have any nuclear ambitions and it was all goes and ends well, then they wouldn't have enriched past 3% even after we got out of the deal. If they were genuinely in good faith not going to pursue a nuclear weapon, there is something called constructive possession, right? Anybody that's ever been charged with that knows exactly what constructive possession is. I don't need to explain it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What I think they considered, I think even I would consider this, and anybody would consider an act of aggression once you pull out of a deal. It's like that means at a certain point, okay, well, this must not be about nuclear capabilities, or you must not care about it, and you must be itching to attack us if you're just pulling out of a deal. So that would have anybody worried. If anybody pulled out of a deal with the United States out of nowhere and expected us to abide by it, we would see that as a threat. Like, hold on, what are you trying to do here?
Right, and I understand that point of as far as foreign policy and negotiations go. Yeah, that's great, and you're nothing you're saying about that is wrong. But if we were dealing with normal people, like people that did not have, religious backing behind their government, I would agree with you. Every time we have a religious backing behind a government, you get a people and a populace that are willing to kill and kill themselves to kill you. I.e., look at the Emperor of Japan.
Yeah, he was
We
wilding.
we had to drop the sun on them to get them to stop. I don't want to have to drop the sun on a group of people just to get them to stop trying to drop a sun on us.
Yeah, all right. I agree. I agree. I agree with you on that one. I just think that if we were gonna do this, we should have made Iran look like the bad guys instead of us looking like the guys who just can't negotiate in good faith.
You know what? And I'll give you that. But think about this. What has been the defining principle of this mission, this presidency? It's fuck around and find out, right? Not we're gonna bend the knee to you and we're gonna try to treat you like our equal. Iran is not our equal. They're not.
Well,
They're not.
militarily, of course, I get what you're talking about, but let's be real. If there were
And when they say something,
I think we should have took that and kept that relationship going. But
when they say something like, why would we give you something that you can't take militarily? That is them acting out. That's them speaking out of their lane. And we have to go a little Godfather on them and show them who's fucking boss with the concrete shoes for them to be like, oh wait, shit, oh man, we run shit, not you.
All right, though. Now I do see we got Chad and Gladstein in here. Any of y'all got any comments?
What's up, big dogs?
What's happening?
Oh yeah, I definitely have some comments. Hey, you were talking about the Japanese, right, in World War II, and we had to drop the sun on them to have them capitulate. Go back to the 1930s. We actually stopped exporting oil to them. That was escalation. They were nothing compared to us, and it cost tens of thousands of American lives and millions of lives in the Pacific. So, the fact that we have a sophisticated military does not mean that we can just go around and throw our hammer around without any type of consequence.
Absolutely. So you're 100% right on that, which is why we don't just go and throw our hammers around expecting no consequence. We fully expect consequence, but we are willing to bear that cost if it means that we remain the economic superpower of the world, that we remain the global dominance and the voice of reason in situations like this.
Yeah, I don't buy the argument that they were of an economic threat to us whatsoever. For the point I just articulated, they're exporting oil to China, right? So let's play that out. If that's the real reason why we're in this war, China stops getting 20% of their oil. What are they going to do? It's an escalation of a global confrontation to force these superpowers. If that's the real reason that we went to war, that's the end all be all.
What has been the foreign policy of this administration? It's always been escalate to de-escalate.
Well, so I'm interested in hearing this gentleman. I saw him on Breaking Points yesterday, Robert Pape. He, for a little bit of background, has a PhD from the University of Chicago. For the past, I think, 30 years, has been teaching at the United States Air Force advanced bombing school. He's written up for the last 20 years how we would attack Iran and given that to chiefs of staffs of the Air Force along with the White Houses. He will articulate how Trump has fallen into the escalation trap. There is no control that we have over this conflict now. Iran has the strategic upper hand to decide when and where they want to strike.
All right, let's get right into it then. Let's hear them out.
60%. But they hadn't actually taken that next step, which is more of an engineering step to develop the nuclear weapon. Now we took out the person who at the very tippy top was balancing the hawks and doves, and he had decided for decades to issue these fatwas. He did it not just once, but twice. His son, who took over, the new supreme leader, no fatwa yet. That fatwa died with this guy. So will the new leader come in? It's not clear he's got the religious authority to do anything like what his father did. This is a very different world, and he's known to be way more aggressive than his father. He's been in charge of the Bazi, basically the police that like to go and kill the protesters. He's been the guy who's been very, very strongly supporting, if not leading, that particular effort.
And last night it was announced that he has been appointed as the new leader.
He's the new supreme leader. Okay?
Did Trump expect this?
I think that he expected it because he kept trying to talk the Iranians out of it. This is what he meant by last week when President Trump was saying that he wanted not this guy. He specifically said not the son. And then he had a problem because people kept pushing him and they said, okay, well, if you don't like the son, who would you pick? And he said, well, it is a problem because when we killed the supreme leader, we killed around the leader 20 or 30 others who we actually thought were better. So we actually took out the best alternatives when we killed when the supreme leader was killed.
Like, bro. So we killed the best option along with Khomeini. Oh, God damn it. I mean, all right.
Yeah. And that's how
everybody's scratching their heads going, what are we talking about here? So we actually helped by killing the competitors to the sun. We made it more likely the sun. And so what I'm trying to explain, Stephen, is this adapts, okay? So that you're not really taking these pieces out. You're rearranging them and you are moving up. In this case, you're moving up.
The next supreme leader?
Well, there's the supreme leader, but what we're not showing here, you're seeing the target sets that are being discussed. You're not seeing the Revolutionary Guard.
What is that?
That is part of the army. Iran has 1 million men in arms. 1 million. That's as many as we have in our 300 million people. They have 92 million. They have 1 million in arms. And about 150 or 200,000 of them are what are called the Revolutionary Guards. These are the most aggressive, the most well-trained. These are the most dedicated to the regime. The son who we just took over is the prime candidate for that group. So when we took out a link here, it's not just being replaced by another cog. It's being replaced by a very aggressive individual who's backed by some of the most aggressive part of that 1 million man army. So this is what I was trying to explain in my Substacks, where when you take out the leader, you may kill the leader, but you get in its place a harder regime, a more resilient regime, a tougher regime that wants to lash back even more aggressively.
Because you killed Dad.
You killed Dad. And also, if you don't lash back, how does the new leader get his credibility with everybody else? If he's a wimp, why doesn't he get a bullet in the back of the head? You see, just because he's appointed a new leader, he's still just like when you're the head of a new company. Like, let's say you take over, there's a company that's in shambles and they get rid of their CEO and they bring you on. Okay. Well, you got to have a plan. You see, and if you don't have a plan to turn that thing around pretty soon, Elon Musk had to have the big plan. If you don't have that plan, guess what? You're out. Same here. So you have incentive structure here for not just replacing, not just wimpy replacements, certainly not pro-American replacements. You have incentives for lashing back against the attacker, which is why when we tried to kill Gaddafi in 1986, he lashes back and takes out Pan Am Flight 103, killing 271 civilians, 190 Americans. When we tried to take out the Milosevic regime to degrade it in March 99.
So with all due respect to this guy, because I understand his point, with all due respect to him, this idea of we should just whimper around and be the wimps and not fucking take care of people that are willing to do stuff like this because we might get something worse or because we are going to get something worse only furthers me in my assertion that we should absolutely take that out. If the options are bad and worse, make a third option. We have the capability to make a third option.
I don't know, to be honest. It kind of seems like he's talking about like it's more of like a trap that we kind of got placed into more than something that we can just escalate ourselves out of.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. Why are we not talking about the monarchy and the prince that a lot of people do want?
Because that guy would get killed
He's
right
not
now.
going to. He doesn't want to.
He said he
I
wants.
know,
No,
but
he
he
did.
wants to at least like take a temporary and then set up a constitutional democracy to where the people can vote.
And in order
That
for us
way,
to
it
get
gets
to
rid
that
of the
point,
religious.
yes, I agree. I agree with you, Vlad. And I think that would be our best way to a good regime change. It would be like an entire system of government change.
Bring back the
But
government that they overthrew.
No. Bring back a constitution.
Temporary.
Bring back a
He
constitution.
would just basically be a leader that would just temporarily hold things together while they set up a form of government.
He'd
be a George Washington.
That idea is cooked. That guy supported the same army that's bombing these people to smithereens right now. I know we're in support of it, but to Iranian people, that idea is cooked.
No, I don't know about that though, because I've seen so many protesters holding up his sign, and even Iranian
Miami Beach.
Americans
In Miami
they support
Beach.
him like crazy.
Yeah, but it's about the Iranian people inside of Iran, because those people ain't gonna go back. They ain't about to go over there and face the bombing like these people are. So who cares about what they think?
No one knows the support for the king in Iran. Second of all, hasn't been there in 50 years. We're going to fall back on a constitutional monarchy from 1905.
No, we're not going to fall back on that. That is the best tool to get what the Iranian people actually want. The Iranian people are not going to get what the Iranian people want, or it will never be exposed as to what they really want without someone going in there and saying, "Okay, what do you want, Iranian people?" They may go back. They may go directly back to the Ayatollah. That could be right, and that they actually want an Ayatollah. But
you got to
that
give it a
is for
chance.
them.
No,
You
and
have to
that's
give
the
them a
point.
chance.
We can't tell them what they want. This is the downfall of the
Yes,
Western ideals on this. You want the king. Here, we're going to set up the king. You don't know that. It's not our place to say it either.
But here's
That's
the
what I'm
thing,
saying.
though.
That's what I'm
Why
arguing
did
for, is not to sit there and say that, not to go and install. The Iranian people themselves have to do this.
But they're scared because 5,000
They
of
are
them
scared,
by
yeah.
IRG killed them by their numbers. We estimate 30 to 40,000 people. So
They're scared,
that's
or
not
they're
over
pissed.
economy.
Hold on. They're scared, or they're pissed that they have 4 million people displaced by U.S. and Israeli bombs. What do you think?
I
think I
think
would
that-
be pissed off if you destroyed all of my infrastructure in my country. Not that I'm underneath a certain form of government that I may or may not.
Exactly. That's where you're not understanding this, and I don't mean you're not understanding it because you're stupid. I mean, you cannot put yourself in that frame of mind of constantly being worried that you're going to die, whether it be with an Israeli bomb or a fucking an IRGC soldier coming to kill you. We cannot put ourselves, which is why
something that they feel in danger under their government. Like I said,
They-
most people they don't feel in danger with the Ayatollah in power.
Because
As
most
long
people
as
go
they
along
agree
to
with
get
the
along.
government. Yeah, exactly. It's like
That's
in
why there's
Russia
some
with
people,
the
but
gulags.
not all of them. That's the problem.
No.
Because if that was the case, there'd have been a revolution a long time ago. We'd have been able to give these guys the weapons they needed through the CIA, Mossad, a long time ago if the numbers were actually there.
We haven't tried that.
Yeah,
we
no. I half agree with you, Monty's like, I don't know, the feelings of the majority of the Iranian
And I don't
people.
either. I'm not saying that to
exactly.
say-
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. But what I can tell you is that this, over the last 2 weeks, this has been the best damn opportunity for them to rise up
Mhm.
against the
And
regime.
I've said that.
And they've not done it. So
Not
all I can do,
necessarily.
judging
Because we've told them
by
to stay inside.
But they don't. They also here's the thing too.
No. Stop. Trump straight up said, "Iranian people, rise up." He said that is his very first remarks.
But here's the difference, though.
All I'm
Here's-
saying is this is the last thing, really quick. Is just for the last. I can only judge by the last 2 weeks, right? Since everything's went down and we're in the circumstances we are, it has not happened yet, and I haven't seen any evidence that it's going to happen.
I think the evidence that you should look for is after we actually stop fucking bombing everything and stop fucking, because we're not going after their infrastructure. We attacked a couple pieces of infrastructure, but those were primarily supporting IRGC bases. We have gone after military infrastructure, with the exception of a school that it looks like we accidentally fucking hit because of bad intel. The Iranian
Okay,
people
but
are not
how do you
stupid.
explain though the pictures of that exact school housing a bunch of military equipment?
Because that is old intelligence. That's the old intelligence that they're talking
But
about.
they still used it, so it's still.
They
I
did,
mean,
and
that's
so that's
the
why
thing
I
about
say
the Iran with the IRG is that they literally are willing to put their own people at risk just to protect their military assets.
But we are better. We are better than that. We have more accurate bombs than they have. I don't
and
think. So
yeah, go ahead.
with all of that, and I agree with you, Vlad, and they absolutely have done that. However, we do not want to give them more propaganda to put out to their people. We want their people to eventually rise up, right? We don't want their people to think, oh yeah, they're just gonna fucking bomb our kids.
Yeah.
Well, another.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say another thing to it is here in America we have guns, so we basically, if our government started shooting protesters, we can fight back.
We would shoot
Over
back.
there,
Yeah.
they can't. They have machetes. They have axes and hoes. So it's a big difference whenever the people they bring in to shoot their protesters have automatic machine guns. So
Well, I guess-
I'd be scared for my family's life.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I would agree with the extremists just to stay alive.
Just to stay alive, yeah.
So you just validated the point that from the onset, there was no real possibility that there was going to be an uprising against this regime, what Trump had indicated. They didn't have the means to do so. Second, the other thing is that delineating between a military and civilian target is really beauty in the eyes of the beholder, i.e.
there is laws on this. Sorry, my bad.
No, I just want to say this, is that we blew up their largest strategic oil reserve in Tehran, and it rained oil on 9 million people. So you can make an argument that was a military attack.
Israel.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Oh,
we can't fully control Israel. Yeah.
No, guys, here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. And now the dissenting party, the group of dissenters, they're now in the most danger they have ever been. Like, bro, these are the people that was championing this bombing that's taking out like probably about 1,300 of Iranians right now, bro. You don't think those people are getting hunted down right now at this point?
That's why I think, in my opinion, that's why I think Trump wants to at least have the Kurds go in so that the IRG, the extremists, can't force all their attention on their capital. They have to spread it out.
All of that. If that is how your government responds to a foreign government coming to attack you,
that's how people are going to respond by a foreign government attacking them.
But that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing that. We're seeing them fucking shooting up into balconies because someone says "down with" or "long live the king." We're seeing.
I don't know. I'm seeing a whole big old crowd of people talk about, oh, we support the Ayatollah. Oh, we're standing in unison against Big Satan. I'm seeing bigger crowds of.
Okay, yeah, we agree. I mean, yeah, there's a big group of. So what are they? It's not Sunni. It's Shia.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand the whole protection of their minority because 90% of the Middle East is Sunni. I understand the whole issue, but if they were able to switch over to a constitutional thing, they would actually be able to get protections for the minorities and the majority. But it doesn't seem like they want to do that. They just want religion to rule all.
The minority wants to be.
They have a facade of a constitutional, and I guess an Islamic constitutional republic is what they call it. Because remember, they're the ones who designate the presidents, and these people elect their officials, just like we elect our officials.
But they're religious, though. It's not like
it's a minority that's always going to maintain control.
I mean, they got
whenever you have
we got corporate pickers. Which one's worse? That's what I want to know.
Well, okay, yeah, we do have lobbying, but we in our biggest sense of our constitutional republic, we try our best to filter out the noise and pick who we think's best. That's why I like America First, is because a lot of the politicians that are for that want to bring stuff back and take care of Americans first. And I'd want the same thing for Iran. I want them to take care of Iranians and make them great again.
Think about the way our government works. Our government can dissent among itself and not be going and fucking mutilated and attacked. If you have a voice of dissent in their government, you are a threat to their government. That is totally different than the way we do things. And I'm not saying that we should install our way of life on a group of people 8,000 miles away. What I'm saying is we should give the majority, or what I think to be the majority, a voice in their politics.
Right, without it being like an extremist religion take on it. Because you got to remember, that's why we kept religion out of government here, is because any kind of religion can have bad
extremism.
Extremism, basically. I mean, look at the Catholic Church and how much they've controlled the world for years, and they've influenced kings and monarchs and all that. So,
and it took us a bloody Revolutionary War to get out from under that.
But all right, guys, but let's go ahead and get back to our guy, Robert Pape.
Milosevic lashes back, sending 30,000 ground forces in to cleanse, that is, get rid of 1 million civilians in Kosovo. This over and over.
I mean, you have written books about suicide terrorism.
That's right.
I've got one of them in front of me here called Dying to Win. So, I mean, you know a lot about this subject. And this is one of the concerns that actually my fiance had said to me. She said, I explained to her, I was like, Iran, they really just have drones at the moment. So I think that's fine. And then she posed a question to me. She was like, yeah, but what about suicide terrorism?
Let me just explain. So here we are. It is, here is, of course, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start the story in June. This is the beginning of the smart bomb, the escalation trap. Stage 1. We hit Fordo, which is right around there, and then we hit Natanz and some other sites right around here. And what does Iran do here? They lash back, and who are they lashing back against? Israel here. They have their missiles focused on Israel. They're not really hitting our bases here. They're hitting Israel, and they send 3,000 Israelis to the hospital, the most since the 73 war. So long time. That is stage 1. Okay. Now what happened when in February 28? February 28, they're lashing back a bit against Israel for sure, but now they're at stage 2. This is why I published this piece today in Foreign Affairs about how Iran's winning the escalation war. So it just came out just a few hours before we came on. And what's happening here is I call it horizontal escalation.
Hold on, Monty.
Let him finish. But I want to say something when he's done making this point.
Because what they're doing now is they're using drones, mostly a few missiles, but mostly drones. This was almost all missiles, no drones. And they're using their drone capacity, which they have a lot of, and it's precision. These drones are like precision guided weapons. They go right to the target. And what they're trying to do is break this coalition.
For anyone that can't see at the moment, they countered with horizontal escalation against Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
The coalition that had been formed against them, they're trying to break the coalition, you see. And they may well do that.
Why would they want to break that? Why?
Because
my friends are escaping Dubai at the moment. I've got a friend staying in my house in Cape Town because he doesn't want to be.
Because they want these countries to kick the Americans out of their country.
Okay.
Get rid of the embassies, get rid of the bases. If you can, then we don't have the platforms to plaster them. You see, these are our basically ground-based aircraft carriers.
I thought they were attacking Saudi Arabia, for example, because that will make Saudi Arabia call Trump and say, listen, stop, please. We're losing our tourism. We're shutting our airports.
Well, they do want to, they are threatening the tourism, hitting the economic nodes. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting the airports. What they are trying to do is by threatening tourism, which varies from 5% to 10% of the GDP of these countries. This is not trivial amounts here. They're basically trying to drive wedges between these countries and America. And America right now, I don't see any movement through Congress. Where is this $100 billion going to the region to make up for their lost tourism? I don't remember seeing that bill come through Congress last week. So I'm just putting it a little humorously to point out, these countries are losing a fair bit right now, and that tourism may not come back for a while.
I've got friends that have moved.
Yeah.
I've got friends that one of my friends was thinking about leaving, is now in my house in Cape Town, and He's been there for 5 years. He's leaving, and he's going to move to America. I've got so many friends that have called me.
And imagine that we have 500,000 American citizens here, and we have the State Department on CNN. Call this number. We'll help you escape.
It's even the media in the UK. You see it. It's like they're showing, like, the BBC is showing like evacuations of UK citizens as they're being greeted in the airport, putting microphones.
So this is putting a lot of pressure here, and there's something else that's not widely known, which is there's a big gap between what the leaders of the countries want, willing to support the U.S. and Israel, and their publics. You see, this coalition that's been built against Iran here is not clearly going down well with publics. These are publics. They may not like Iran. They may be Sunni and Iran Shia, but they don't want to be part of an Israeli expansion plan where Israel is going to conquer more and more territory, and so forth. And so this is where the soft underbelly here of this. This isn't just about the tourism. That's the short term. The longer term is bottom up pressure. Sadat, he was a leader of Egypt in the 1970s. He cut a deal with Israel. It's called the Camp David Accords, peace for land. But it was very favorable. Well, after Sadat did that, the president of Egypt, in 1981, in a military parade, his own security guards at the military parade marched with their guns, came up to his place, and they shot him dead. So this is the real world here. So this is very, very dangerous for these leaders. Now, that's stage two. Now, what happens if we decide to have one of these limited ground deployments here? Because after all, we still don't know where this material is.
Go ahead. I think go ahead and do a Discord shout out, because someone asked if you're on Discord.
Oh, yeah, I am on Discord. You just got to make sure you're a member, and I'll go ahead and send you that Discord link. You just got to email me, but you do got to join, the membership. All right, though. Monty, you said you wanted to make a point, right?
Oh, I mean, so this whole idea of they're trying to influence our tourism. Yeah, our tourists are the only people that can replace our tourists. So a lot of these places in Dubai and places in Bahrain and all of Saudi and all that fun stuff, they get tourism from Western countries because they've divested out of oil and moved into real estate. So the only way that they're going to get that money back is if we come back.
Okay, and I just wanted to bring up one quick point, is that a lot of people are not looking at is Turkey. Turkey is a wild card in NATO, and they have caused a lot of tensions in the region as well.
Well, don't tell me Turkey's the new Iran.
Well, no, as far as like how they treat like the Kurds, the Sunnis, not the Sunnis, but the Shia, is they're very, and I think it wasn't the Syrians that got slaughtered by the Turkeys back in the 80s. I forget which group it was.
Yeah, well, I know Iran has attacked the NATO base in Turkey, so you're right.
So here's how I look at this set. If you want to look at it from this perspective, Iran, through their proxies, started this war on October 7th with Israel. Now we've just entered into it.
I don't know about that. You got to put a little bit more history behind that one.
Right, be careful, Monty.
It is what it is. They attacked
someone is defending the Palestinians. So, but no, I said, I've been in
the Palestinians.
No, I understand. I used to be in the same boat as you are, but like I told you in a private message, is October 7th took it too far for me. I used to defend Palestinians a lot. I used to think they should have their own country, like a two-state solution. But
I think the Palestinians and the Kurds should create their own country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Palestinians
actually, the Kurds used to have a country.
That's wild.
The Kurds actually used to have Kurdistan, and then it got split up from the Ottoman Empire.
I'll tell you what. All right,
they got screwed.
We give California to the Jews. we just go ahead and cut our losses with Dearborn and give that to the Muslims. Keep them very, very far away from each other.
Just do Minnesota. It's all right. We'll just give up Minnesota.
Minnesota.
They'll go from a desert wasteland to a snow wasteland, right?
Right.
All right, savages.
All right.
But no, you don't forget that as shalom and assalamu alaikum. So it's both be God or God be with you and God has peace on you. It's both Arabic and Jewish.
True. No, you're not right. Sure. I mean, the Muslims actually do pick up a lot of their religion from the Abrahamic teachings, of course, the first one being Judaism.
Right. And like, I guess the big difference is that the angels, that's why it's kind of spoken in a third person term of how it kind of goes between the Quran and the Torah. But there is some differences that kind of throws military religious order into it. That's different.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of blame the times that they were in. Like, I would say, the times that Muhammad would in versus the time that Jesus and the Torah, like those are, I would say, hostile times.
Oh, so, yeah, the Romans were vicious.
I always kind of give them credence on that because it's like, well, let's be real, everybody was trying to take over everybody.
Yeah, and then you got the Mongols, which were psychotic.
And before the Persians turned to Islam, they was doing their thing.
Yeah, definitely.
I just watched Aladdin the other day. Can we go back to magic carpets and genies?
I'm done.
Right?
Don't forget that Cyrus the Great from Persia released the Jews from Babylon in 500 BC. So
yeah, and he even let them build the second temple. So that's why they call him Cyrus the Great.
Yep.
So all I'm hearing is that there is a problem. It is Israel. It is the religions clashing. It always goes back to a religious war as far as it goes regionally, but globally. We can't have that shit. These are two fucking brothers that are just fighting over and over the same way Cain and Abel were. And
honestly, it's like the extreme eschatologies of like Islam and Christianity and Judaism are just like, and we're talking about the most radical of our groups are just clashing.
Right. Because they all think they're right, and everybody else is just infidels, basically.
The unlucky
and then,
person.
With the Jews, everybody's a goy who needs to be a slave in the end.
It's goyim or an infidel or.
The Christians are the only one that actually hold that radical position about people. I'll give them that.
I'm pretty sure goyim actually is actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually is supposed to translate to national or nation.
It's actually they considered the Greeks. Basically, that was the majority of people that weren't Jewish. So the Greeks were the goyim. But yeah, pretty much anybody that's not of Jewish heritage is a goyim.
So boys unite, guys. The boys unite.
But so what I'm hearing in all of this, I take religion out of the politics, which you can't do in regionally, but globally it needs to be done because right now globally. What's going on is a religion is uniting with other foreign powers against our interests.
Well, and the bigger stake is China starting World War III over Taiwan because they want to do it by 2027. And if we can starve their oil, their economy is already hurting. So just by this Iran selling oil to China, and their people are, if you actually look internally in China, there's people that are actually rioting against their own police. They're not even scared of them anymore.
Especially because they were, for a while there, they were actually going and there was underground churches and everything too. So I know a lot of them are starting to stand up.
A lot. Yeah.
All right, guys, well, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Deployments here, because after all, we still don't know where this material is.
What does that mean? So for anyone that doesn't know anything about the war, what does a ground deployment mean? Because I saw Trump being asked about this on the plane yesterday, and he didn't seem to deny it was going to happen.
It means you try to control a limited amount of space, say the space around Fordo or the nuclear facility that you bombed in June, and you would send the, say, 82nd Airborne in to control the space.
What's this? I don't know what any of this stuff means.
I see. So 82nd Airborne is a division that we have that's especially equipped to go into hostile area and land and control, say, airports, control space. Think about controlling all the sides of LAX.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to control LAX, you bring in the 82nd Airborne. They will have 5,000 men and women, not just guys now, and they will come in and they will control that space LAX. But they will also be doing this probably not for a day, not for even a week. They're going to have to spend weeks and weeks to search for that material because we don't know where it is, and it's all deeply buried, and a lot of the stuff has been the entrances have been blown up. So this means long-term presence there. You might also take some of the oil fields to cut off some of the money here for the regime. That is where that book comes in.
Do you think it's likely that America will put boots on the ground, American soldiers in Iran?
I think it's at least 50-50, if not immediately. So people keep expecting the escalation to be continuous. And then when there's a pause, as there was between June and February, they think, oh, it's over. I'm going to go now worry about something else. And believe me, there's plenty else to worry about. So we got Minneapolis. So we got plenty to worry about here, even with violence. But that's not how escalation operates. Escalation can have a ratchet effect that's spaced out by months of what seems like peace, only to come right back, and you're stuck in that escalation momentum.
Which is what we've seen.
Which is exactly what we've seen. And for the reason I'm telling you, we don't know where that nuclear material is. That has been the $64,000 weakness in this entire idea of using air power, not just in the last 10 days, going back to June. It's not just even about the regime change. It's about how are you going to get that nuclear material out? We had a deal, this deal with Obama. Trump did not like it, but with that deal, that held, and Iran took out almost all, virtually just only a tiny bit was left. Not enough for a bomb, all out of the country. And we watched it. We monitored it. We had 24/7 cameras to monitor.
I call bullshit.
We had human on site.
No, bro, I was explaining this during the breakdown to JCPOA is how, bro, they abided by everything in 2016.
No, but
they did all this.
But that's still, even if you take it all out, if you have something that's enriched to above 20%, you're already pushing towards something that causes destruction, not just producing power.
But they were.
So that's what I'm saying.
But I get it.
You see what I'm saying, though? But like every government's going to have their secrets, and that's why we didn't trust them. Look at North Korea. We can't really do anything to them for two reasons. One is because of China, and two is because they have nukes. If we allowed Iran to do that, the Middle East would be, because Pakistan has nukes, Israel has nukes, Pakistan has nukes.
Yeah, they got nukes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, if you let a country that's been supporting all of this extremists to protect, I guess from what they're trying to say is protect the Shia minority from these other groups, then of course they're going to attack Saudi Arabia, they're going to attack Turkey because they're majority Sunni. And then you start a whole religious, undertone because people have nuclear power there. And it gets so much worse.
We got to keep it real when it comes to this. Like I said, we were in a good deal with them. They was abiding by it, and then things are going in the positive direction. But
so what about the ballistic missiles, though? I just want to hear your take on that.
Now that's kind of moving the goalpost at that point.
To a point, but at the same time, I mean, other countries don't have ballistic missiles. They have stuff that protects their borders, but it's not able to shoot halfway across the world, is what I'm saying.
Other countries, they can't shoot halfway across the world. They can shoot within their region with their ballistic missiles.
Well, Israel is that's way over Iraq, so that's pretty good distance if you think.
I know. Well, they're a threat to Israel though, but not the United States.
No, but could they reach that point?
I mean, maybe, but
yes, absolutely they can.
But they have not. But let's be real though, it doesn't seem like that's where they want to go with this. Like,
why does it not seem like that to you? Like, my wife just made a good
ballistic missile. I'll be real with you, that they should have rushed towards that instead of a nuke. I mean, they probably could have had access to that. Instead, they got a hypersonic. They have a hypersonic missile. And that's it.
Right. So they
that's the most advanced thing in their arsenal right now.
Go back to what we've been told. Iran is trying to build a conventional military to hide a nuclear program. We did the same thing. That's how we got nukes. We had a very strong conventional.
And look at what Israel did too. They did the same thing because Israel was technically not supposed to have a nuke, but they hit it, and then they finally got one, and there's nothing we can do about it now.
Because they built their military up.
We had y'all forgetting we had monitoring on them. We have people on the ground there 24/7, 365 days a year watching all this go down.
They
You
wouldn't
just
let
can't
them
sit
all in
there and
all the
say,
time.
They wouldn't let them in all
that's
the time.
all BS.
Yeah.
Huh?
But I'm just saying they wouldn't let them in all the time. It was kind of like
No, they
Iraq
was
and
on
the
there all
whole.
the time, 24/7. The people was living there. That's the
And
problem. Go ahead.
And in the most recent rounds of negotiations, Iranians said even American inspectors can be in there 24/7. Before it was just the IAEA, but they were willing to give up everything on the nukes. Hey, I gotta split out of here, guys. Been a pleasure. Keep it going.
And
Nice
thanks
talking
for
to you,
that.
man.
Yeah, and thanks for that point, Jack, because the IAEA reports show that, yeah, we were there 24/7, 365 days a year from 2016 to 2018.
Okay, cool. Look at the right hand while the left hand moves in secret. That's all I'm hearing from that.
But we're looking at their hands. They can't move nothing.
We're looking at their
both
hand.
of them.
Yeah,
We're looking at
They
both
know
hands
exactly where
right
they
there in
can't
front
do
of us
something.
as they're doing what we say, as they agreed to.
Then why was Fordo not surrendered?
That was 2009. So that's outside of the deal.
See, Seth, you have to expand your trust for them so far that there's a lot of holes that can be poked into it. That's what makes me untrusting of them.
In 2009, that we weren't in a deal with them. That's why we tried to get in.
We should not have to be in a deal with a country when there's a non-proliferation agreement amongst the world.
Well, when we're aggressing against this country and they understand that, then I mean, yeah, we kind of do have to find a way to de-escalate.
We're not aggressing. We were allies with them. They overthrow their government, and then the first thing they do is say death to America and death to Israel.
And we've been aggressing since, bro. We're the ones who started that. Like, it's because of our interventions, the reason that they even say that.
So,
bro, it's not like we just woke up one morning in Tehran and just said F America.
Wait. You're saying we started the Iranian Revolution?
Yes, we set it off. We're the ones who actually okayed the Ayatollah to come in.
No, we just didn't interfere when we should have.
Bro, they ran it by us. They said, we got this guy out in France that'd be a great fit that we could possibly have control on, and we brought him in.
Okay, so we also we can't forget the USSR. I mean, they were a big play that we were also worrying about. Yeah. So I think at the time they were seeing Iran as just, okay, let them kind of do their thing. They won't really be an extremist. And we were still focused on Afghanistan.
The Cold War.
The Cold War, yeah.
From what I understand, from what I've talked to, is Russia actually had more to do with the Ayatollah than we did.
Yeah.
We still supported the Ayatollah coming into power. Like,
I understand. We just kind of, it was just.
We lost control of things. Let's be real.
No, yeah. So Seth, having indifference to something is not supporting it.
Yeah, we worried more about Russia, and then we kind of made a mistake by doing that. And plus, when was Vietnam? Wasn't it late
in the 60s?
60s.
Right, so right around the same time. So we had multiple things going on around the world, and Iran was the least of what we thought would come out to be.
The goalposts here, because we're talking about common day. In 2015, these guys were put under a deal that they were abiding by. We stepped out of it, and all of a sudden we're mad because they didn't abide by the agreement that we stepped out of first.
But we should not have to, like, again, go back to my original point. So that's like negotiating with your kid. That's like negotiating with your kid not to do meth. It's a point of non-contention.
Don't do crack, kids.
Heroin's okay, but not meth. Only 3% meth, not 60.
Yeah, be careful your Halloween candy, kids.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blow up the conversation like that.
No, but it was pretty good. It kind of needed a little humor.
Yeah,
but you see what I mean? Like we're negotiating. Yeah, we're always going to be in bad faith if that's how you measure bad faith. We don't want our kids doing meth.
I mean, bruh, we were making sure they weren't doing. If doing meth means going towards a nuclear weapon, we were making sure.
No, and they were just going sneaking out the back window while we were watching the front door.
Right?
We had all eyes on deck. Like,
no, we didn't. You can't have your eyes everywhere all the time.
The deal up.
There were people that came out and said that they weren't always being allowed to see what was going on. There was times where
the IAEA made the report.
They were being, yes, and
so the
they were
IAEA
trying to make
knows
sure
where
they didn't get
everything
in
is.
trouble.
The IAEA knows where everything is.
2016 and 2018, they sure did. Yes.
We don't want our kids doing meth, Set.
Bro,
Yeah,
we
just like
basically let
just
them
like
do meth when we ripped up that deal. When we ripped
Meth.
up the deal, we gave the okay for our kids to do meth. Okay.
No, we did not.
we didn't want North Korea.
Go
We
all
didn't
the
want
meth
North.
you want, bro.
We didn't
said
want North
we're gonna
Korea
stop
to do
bribing
meth.
you not to do meth, and we're going to say you're not going to do meth. I shouldn't have to make a deal with you to not do meth.
But
Right?
if you love them enough, you're gonna make that deal. If not, all right then. If they do meth, we're just gonna slap them around anyway for doing meth.
Okay,
Yes,
so
exactly. Yes, you get it. You're getting
hold
it now.
on, hold on. So we also got to remember, like Carter was in office around the 70s too, right? And the whole situation, like we were so weak diplomacy wise that we had all these different things we were worried about and stuff. So yeah, kind of like what we tried to set up as a deal then has backfired on us. Even like what we did with
And we have nothing,
Osama
we
bin
have nothing to
Laden.
do with what happened 50 years ago. We can't control that. All we can do is
Right.
change our foreign policy position.
Right. And remember the bigger picture of supporting a global power that tries to destroy our economy and start a World War III.
Yeah.
So
We don't want our kids to do meth, and we don't want to negotiate with our kids not to do meth. If they want to do meth, we're going to lock them in a room by themselves.
Goddamn. But all right, let's get back.
But we'll give them a chemistry set, though. We'll give them a
There
chemistry
is such
set.
thing as forced rehab. There is such a thing as forced rehab.
It doesn't work.
These are terrible negotiators. I just want to let y'all know that.
We don't have to negotiate, Set. We have the bigger stick.
Oh, I know it's such
He's
a
through
negotiation.
strength.
Like, all right, you got it. Y'all got it on this one.
Not enough for a bomb.
I can't
All out of the country. And we
I'm sorry,
watched
Seth.
it. We monitored it. We had 24/7 cameras to monitor this. We had human on-site inspections to monitor this. 2018, Trump just ripped it up, walked away unilaterally, and from that point on, it's been pedal to the metal by Iran in upgrading that enriched uranium. And that's how you got to that material that would be enough for the 16 bombs. And right now, we don't know where that is.
So
yeah.
Stage
When it
one.
goes
Nobody knows.
Okay, stage one, you are beginning the escalation trap. In this case, it's a smart bomb trap, but because it's with smart bombs, where you have tactical success, near perfect. Call it 100%, because it really is.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, you support America or you don't. Iran sucks. Hey, man, I get it.
We don't want our kids to do meth. We are the parents in this situation.
Okay, and we need to blame the CIA.
But, like, we can't sit here and pretend like we try to do any type of negotiation. We should.
No, I don't claim that we did. I maintain that we did negotiations so that we could get intel, and that's what we did. We wanted to see what the temperature was in the room to see if we actually had to go and take it down. We were not willing to budge on not doing meth.
Know what, bro? I'm just gonna play y'all theme song right now.
BT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ran, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Said 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey, Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to world war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masal, First of the money, we clocking they rip. Had a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back for that boy, he got bent. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They're not trying to get.
Yes, Set. There is a reason that is so popular, and the reason you keep playing it because it works.
FAFO, bro. FAFO. And we have the biggest stick to be able to say, hey, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do meth.
See, as you can see,
It's carrot or
the
stick.
more you
We
fuck
were
around,
more than willing. Oops.
the more you're going to find out.
Exactly.
I'm dead. I'm dead. You're right, though, Set. Like, look at it from that perspective. We are being the bully. We're being the tough fucking disciplinarian and saying you're not going to attack your neighbors. You're not going to fucking create a military that can threaten anybody.
Right.
We don't trust you with the gun. We don't trust you with the drugs.
And also, you got to remember, just because we're going after Iran and the whole issue there, we can still support and organize for the Palestinians' rights. Like I said before, you can criticize the Israeli government. It's not anti-Semitism. But when you go criticize an entire, I understand, but you can criticize that country, just not like, you know what I'm saying? Like the actual people themselves. Like they have nothing to do with it. Just like the Iranians, we don't blame the Persians for this. We blame their extremist Shia taking control of everything and wanting to destroy the Middle East because they're Sunni.
Yeah, we don't even know what's going on with their leadership right now. So
that guy could be in a coma right now.
Well, some reports say he's lost his legs. Others say he's in a coma, and others say he's basically drinking out of a straw. So we don't know.
So what I'm hearing is Israel's about to go bomb a hospital.
Hey, they have WMDs in the basement. Okay, we'll just say that.
Right?
I'd be very.
They have starships. That's what they have is starships.
Where they are going to bomb a hospital. If that guy's in a fucking hospital, they're going to bomb a hospital.
Oh, he's not in a hospital. He's in a medical ward in some kind of bunker.
Bro, I wouldn't even doubt if he's not in Russia, bro. I mean, that the foreign relations guy that said we'll never back down, he wasn't even in the country when he was threatening America. So
yeah, they're not even in the country, but they're making all these threats.
Yeah,
I think I've convinced S.E.T. All I had to do was say we don't want our kids to do math.
All right, guys, hold on here. I got to go ahead and shout out Castro real quick. Shout out Daniel Castro. He says, America, negotiate with these nuts. We are the captain. And guys, I hear y'all, but I disagree still with Jesus.
Right. Sometimes there is a point in time where you have to take the hardline approach with people that are willing to take. You have to recognize that they are taking the hardline approach. Once you recognize that, you can combat it easier.
I think we took the hardline approach when we hopped out of that deal, but we'll agree to disagree on that one.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So here's a question for you, Seth.
That was the beginning of it. Yes.
Sorry, Dove. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying is, I do partially agree with S.E.T. on that one. I do think we did take the hard line, but there was
plenty of reason.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with it, but I'm still going to support our country and our administration.
Right.
But I do not think this was just something they did for no reason. I don't think that was written up for absolutely no reason or because it was written by Obama. I do honestly believe that there was more to it than just this. There is something that they knew that we don't know, and they are going to keep their cards to the chest right now. They are going to give until they play them. They are going to give contradicting information because, like I said the other day, we had such a huge problem in Afghanistan and Iraq because so much information from our side was getting out to our enemies. So that is my stance on that.
Well, and just like our bases being hit, do you know who provided the live intel for that?
China and Russia?
Yeah.
Yep. I already
know. Yeah, and we're already using tactics with our Space Force, I was reading up on it, that we can basically glide our special systems up next to their satellites and spray aerosol on their cameras.
Basically.
We're fucking pulling pranks on their satellites in space.
Yeah, and it's technically not considered an attack because, I mean, it's just aerosol.
Tampering.
Yeah.
It could have been an accident. Like, my bad. Like,
Whoops.
I didn't mean to spray in that direction.
My wife's hairspray got a little carried away.
All right, guys.
Can you hear me, Seth?
Yeah.
Okay,
right,
cool. I got a phone call.
All right, let's get back to it.
Yes. But that doesn't mean you have strategic success. Tactical success plus strategic failure. Then that strategic failure weighs on you over time because the enemy still got the thing that you wanted to get in the first place. Now you do stage 2, which is regime change. Because after all, You've already hit the targets. You can make the rubble bounce, but what more? That's why we didn't bomb them in the last 10 days. We might go back and bomb Fordo some more, okay? But we already bombed it. So there's no way watching the bubble. But now we're at stage 2 because what are your options? The only other option is, well, let me get rid of the regime, because then the regime I will control and the next regime will just give us the material. That's not working now. And you hear today, Trump is dancing, trying to figure out what to say. He doesn't want to say the war's over. Okay. Doesn't want to say the war's going on. But the bottom line is we don't even,
can I make a quick point of that?
About why we're fighting the war anymore. And I'm telling you, there's a real problem. The nuclear material is still there, and it can still be fashioned into those 16 bombs over time. So this is where then you get this horizontal escalation where now they've really working on this, because now it's a long war.
They start attacking their neighbors
and try to make it the consequences go on for months. So just imagine, when are your friends exactly going to move back? So let's say the war is over tomorrow. Are they moving back tomorrow?
No.
And when was last time, have you started to plan for your next vacation in Dubai? Well, I've been to Dubai.
I was planning speaking there in a month's time, but it's been cancelled already.
Well,
so.
just start to think about that. And, minor thing like a drone attack could suddenly come out of nowhere. You're not even, you think it's, I'm just trying to point out that this is the world now that a lot of people, this was a luxury market. This was the playground of the rich and famous here. This is really now changing, and it may come back a year or two from now, but it took 2 years for air travel to come back after 9/11. Just think about that. Now, we haven't gotten to stage 3 yet, which gets to your girlfriend's point.
How do we move from stage 2 to stage 3?
Oh, well, because you still don't know where the nuclear material is.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to move to stage 3 this week. We could do it a month from now, 6 months from now. The problem is we've now put in place a much more aggressive leadership, much more aggressive regime. We've taken away some of the what may have been guardrails. We can't say for sure for the nuclear weapon. This new regime, much more likely, and we've given them every incentive to develop the nuclear bomb. We're killing them. So what exactly is their incentive? Their best way to survive is to have a nuclear weapon. And you'll say, well, we're going to kill them. Well, we're already killing them. So we've taken away their incentive not to have a nuclear weapon. So we will start to worry as each week goes by. Not because we have great intel, not because our human, it's because of the opposite. We don't have the exquisite intelligence we had with the Obama deal to know we had frozen the program. Now that we have Swiss cheese at best, and what we will see in the holes of the Swiss cheese are indications of nuclear development. And that will make us worry, because what happens with the nuclear weapon? Is it going to go to Hezbollah? And is Hezbollah going to help put it in Haifa? What's going to happen with these? Are they going to give it to the Houthis? So these are the kind of worries we will have that will push us to the ground options. And that is with stage 3, the retaliation approaches the homeland.
Is that realistic?
If ISIS, with its 30 to 40,000, remember, ISIS was not a state. Iran is an actual state with 92 million people. So if ISIS can foment command-directed, inspired suicide attacks and other attacks in San Bernardino, just to kind of bring it a little bit closer to home here, across the United States, Paris, remember the big Paris attack? So why exactly is Iran not? ISIS was a lot weaker than Iran.
Do you think in Iran at the moment they're working on that?
All right, now y'all go ahead and make some comments.
So I want to address all of his points and say that they're credible. They're theories. They're good theories as to how this can go out, and it's a good point to point that out and recognize that. However,
they're still
you're working with a wild card, not a political fucking candidate.
Yeah, but they have political backing by the way he's talking. But what I was going to say is, the Cold War, how long did it go on? Like 70 years, 80 years?
Less than that.
It was like 40.
Okay,
Yeah.
but basically my point is, all the Cold War was proxies. We didn't actually do anything.
That's
It was
true.
proxies. How many countries has those proxies wars destroyed compared to if we just went in and actually did the work?
I think the point
So-
we need to address is that, yeah, what's keeping these guys from rushing towards a nuke right now? All of our, deterrents that we gave to them, are gone.
But here's the other thing is I don't necessarily believe that we don't at least have some idea where that material is. Again, like I said, I see that I can guarantee you, or at least I'm almost 90% certain that they are keeping a lot of information close to the chest. We don't know for a fact that we don't know where that material is. He's just assuming we don't know.
Hold on. Hey, Set, that is a very good point. This guy could literally. I don't know who's echoing, but it's screechy. I think it's but this guy could literally be disinformation for Iran.
No,
No. He still works for the government, and he is a credible source. That is like, remember, this literally could be a psyop, a good enough psyop that fucking says, oh yeah, they don't know where our stuff is. Let's go be a little bit more reckless.
Well, he's kind of
they want
deducing
him
this
to
from
move
now.
it.
I'll give you this. He is deducing this from his past experience with multiple administrations. That's what he's deducing this from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like,
he
we
says.
kind of still don't know where that's
honestly,
at. And no, let's be real though. I don't think anybody wants to address this point here though. It's like, so what is keeping them from nuclear deterrence at this point? Because the JCPOA once again was our best option instead of just bombing them to smithereens. And think about it, the whole reason that was one of our best threats is that we won't bomb you to smithereens. And look what we're doing.
Here's the thing.
No,
What if they're waiting for them to go after that material? What if they're waiting for them to go after that material so that they can intercept it when they're bringing it out and moving it to another place where they can take care of it? I mean, we're assuming. He's assuming a lot of things that they have not confirmed yet. They aren't going to confirm whether or not they know.
Remember what I told you the other day, Seth?
I don't think they would rush to confirm that one.
Seth, remember what I told you yesterday about people in offices looking at videotapes over certain deserts?
I don't know, man. I think it's kind of like you're trying to discredit the person because you can't beat the point.
No. I'm not discrediting the person. I'm acknowledging that the person is making good enough points, and this is going to be national. This is going to be news everywhere. Our enemies are going to see this and think that this guy's an expert. This must be how the military operates. Based off of all the intelligence. This is a psyop. Now that I'm
a psyop.
This guy is a psyop against the Iranian government.
But you also got to remember too, if you destroy nuclear material, and especially if it's above ground or near above ground, you pollute an entire huge area.
Right.
So I'm sure they would much rather know and send in Delta Force basically and capture it
to
instead
secure
of just blowing it up.
You'd have Air Force security forces.
You'd have to commit ground troops at that point. So
but that's a black ops. That's a black ops.
That's a black operation. That's not a frontal
ground troop. That's still an escalation.
To a point, but we're not going after the people. We're literally securing something that could harm innocent lives.
You're pretty much proving them right because he's saying, well, if we need to secure it and we have to put boots on the ground for that, I mean, we are putting boots on the ground to secure nuclear stuff. And he's
let's put it this way: Maduro style, quote unquote, boots on the ground, because boots did technically hit the ground in Venezuela. They're not there anymore, and
only
the fucking doinking happened.
Legal
extraction.
That's like, what the fuck, man?
But no, like fine. If you want to argue no boots on the ground, then fine. I'm just trying to look out for innocent lives. So then we bomb the nuke and contaminate the area.
What about boots underground?
Here's the thing. You're right. I get the whole like, keeping civilians out of it by stop bombing and actually securing these nuclear testing sites or nuclear facilities, but that's the problem.
I mean, look at Chernobyl.
Boots on the ground, it is on. That's the problem. And they're waiting for us to do that. They're waiting for us to go towards those military sites.
Waiting.
That's the problem. And if you don't think they got underground bunkers near those military sites, we might be tripping. Might be all tripping here.
They're waiting for us to storm the beaches like we've done every other time.
Yeah, they're waiting for Normandy.
He has a point there.
They're waiting for Normandy.
I mean, with them mining the strait, I mean, they're pretty much kind of thinking that.
Yeah,
and they're trying to push
I don't want to talk
towards...
about this. I think we should move off this topic and just fucking keep going with the video because,
Meh. But yeah, I was just gonna say one more thing is that, yeah, the guy has a point in what he's saying, but at the same time, I think he's been through administrations that are very different. They don't want to have a hands-on approach. They'd much rather just be like, oh, well, that might affect my personal interest in the stock market or something, so I'm not going to touch it.
Or
Trump's like, fuck it, I'm going to die.
Whereas Trump is just like, I'm going to make history. I'm going to actually try to make a great place for Iranians.
The world.
If they can, the world, basically.
All right.
So, yeah, that's my comment. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good, big dog.
A terrorist attack. Well, I think that my work tells me that it's most likely to come with the presence of the ground forces by us. Doesn't mean it's a necessary condition, but it's just most likely. Russia in 96, with our help, we played a trick on them, assassinated the Chechen leader. It's a leader of its republic in Russia called Chechnya, Dudayev. Only 1 million people. And Russia killed the guy. And we actually have pictures of him seeing the missile hitting him because we can put the cameras right in the nose cone.
Yep.
Then the new guy took over. His name was Baziev. And he launched within 3 months, not the next week, Operation Jihad. And his Operation Jihad was much more vicious tactics, kicked the Russian forces. Russia's a big country, almost 200 million people compared to this little province of 1 million, kicked the Russians out after 3 months, launches waves of suicide attacks, massive kidnappings here. This really went on for years and years. So when you say, are they planning it? I don't think it's quite right, Stephen. It's not like they have the detailed plan they're about to execute. They have the next wave of possibilities, which would come, I think, most likely with stage 3. So as this is expanding, as the war expands, it will go global. Really? You are already seeing it global with the supply chain, and you're seeing it with the oil. So that's already happening.
Yo, gaming.
Yo, number one, what's up? How y'all been? And number two, I have some very unsettling and unfortunate news.
Oh man, what was it? Is it about the bomber? Well, the refiller tank,
Don't tell me you pooped your pants.
No. Oh, shut the hell up.
Is it about mining the strait?
Yeah, because that was
you were
my
right
job.
about that. You called that out.
Wait,
I said he pooped his pants?
That was your
I
guy?
said,
stop, leave him alone.
I said they would mine the straits out because they've done it before, and that's my entire job. So I'm telling y'all right now, if suddenly I'm AFK and I don't respond for any reason, it is because the Navy recalled all the fucking minemen back to their jobs to the Middle East.
Well, we wish you safety, bro.
Semper Fortuitous, brother.
Well, I'm saying that was the utmost serious. Motherfucker, we're in the Navy. Monty, you know better than that shit. You know better.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you like my butt?
What?
All right.
I'm sorry.
Let him finish.
Hold on. He's being serious. Sorry.
I know.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry.
guys.
I'm sorry.
So, most people won't take it seriously unless you go through that particular type of training. Let me show you what this entails. Most of those mines are targeted toward U.S. aircraft carriers, right? Hey, S.E.T, at some point, I want you to show a live of what U.S. shock trials are.
U.S. shock trials.
Because that'll show you just how powerful. That'll just show you just how powerful sea mines actually are and why that's a big deal.
So they basically send out like shockwaves and it explodes the mines.
No.
Yeah, I was
so-
watching a video of it.
No, so the way mines work is they blow up and they actually release a giant fucking
Cavitation.
giant cavitation filled with high energy gas. And when it reaches the surface, it can detonate with the force of 200 to 300 pounds of TNT.
So is that
So
kind of like what we?
I have a question, gaming. Why don't we, if they're mining the strait, why don't we just go send torpedoes through it as decoys to blow up the mines?
Because that's not how they work. I can't tell you
Yeah.
exactly
Okay,
how
all right,
mines work.
heard.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, guys,
That's
hold
not-
on now. Now we have run down on time, so I will have gaming make the closing remarks since you came in here last. So,
oh,
I know, right, bro?
Um,
We pushed that time.
All right. So even though I came in here last and I don't know what the conversation is about, what I will tell you guys is basically what I've been saying about all these different wars is coming to light, and I hate being right. I don't like being right at all, but when I am, I hate it. And this is one of those things.
All right. Guys, go ahead.
Give me a second to turn off this freaking car so it can stop echoing.
No, you're good. I wasn't hearing any echoing. But
so basically what I'm saying, who is echoing?
It's Ladstein.
Is it me? My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, that's what I hear. So I'm gonna basically lay this out. This war is gonna end up involving a U.S. incursion. I was right about the mines because we fought Iranians before I personally come face to face with them. This isn't gonna be no 2 or 3 month war. This is gonna be drug out. It's gonna eventually involve a lot of the U.S. forces, and what's probably gonna end up happening is China's gonna make a move. The powers that be want to crush the current global state of things. That means the way we know things, the way we have gotten used to things, they want to crush that. And what better way to do it than with a war? We've seen it play out time and time again. And I don't like being right, but I'm 3 for 3 right now. So if I was y'all, I'd prepare a bug out bag. I get real familiar with how to make charcoal and what things are essential and what things aren't.
Already
And
on
stay
it.
ready. And stay ready.
All righty, guys. And then we're gonna go ahead and end on that note, and go ahead and end it from a word from our partner at.
Make sure you get your chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are delicious.
Yep, those two. Now, and
And
of course, like I
lastly,
said-
and lastly,
whoa, wait.
I would like to say, America, that even though Iran is losing the war, we are not beholden to Israel. We tell Iran what to do. We tell everybody else what to do. Mamdani, we're coming for you. We're taking down your brethren.
Now what the fuck?
I'm done. All right, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and end out from a word from our sponsors at Calshi.
Hop in
Make sure
Discord,
you
guys.
go ahead and get in that deal and use promo
Gotcha.
code Set Media. Appreciate the support, guys. We are out. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Calshi. Calshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Calshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Calshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Calshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, calshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's calshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETMedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Calshi. because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right guys, make sure to go check out my guy Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.